And hello, my sweet, beautiful people. How the heck are you? An FHM stream in this economy. Can you believe it? Unbelievable. Dare I say? Dare I say unbelievable? Oh, goodness. I just got a settings change I got to make really quickly, but we are good. We are good. My goodness, my goodness, my goodness. Must restart the game for change to take effect. Hold on. Can you believe it? I can. Because Jordan Eberle, I took the shot and I don't know why I'm going kind of Don Cherry with it. It wasn't Don Cherry, but Don's voice will always work for stuff like that, you know? Always. All right. Methinks we are mostly good to go. Hello, everybody. Look at this. It has been a while. It has been a while since we've hit up the old FHM streets. But after the video that I posted yesterday for that college hockey game, I found myself in an FHM mood. Here, let me full screen this bad boy. I found myself in an FHM mood. And, yeah, this just seemed like a good time. This seemed like a good time to finally dip our toe back into the pool. It has been a little bit too long. A little bit. And I was looking around, if you can believe it, for motivation of what to do in this game. Because, as always, there's so much to do. You know, from the modern day all the way back to frickin' 1909. You have such a millennial corporate wallpaper. So I've had custom wallpapers, and, like, PC updates will just remove it. So I said, fuck it, whatever. Just whatever it's going to be is whatever it's going to be. It's annoying. So that is the reason. But I was looking around when suddenly there was a jersey on the wall that really grabbed my attention. Oh, so we're going to make childhood me happy, god damn it, instead of doing one of the historical challenges, which of course I do enjoy the hell out of these historical challenges. I do. And who knows, this might even be the start of me jumping back into these. But there was one idea, one concept, and that was seeing if 2005 or 2006 was technically the year that I wanted to start off with, but still. And that was seeing if I could prevent childhood trauma by having Joe Thornton never get traded from the Boston Bruins. That was my idea. I owned that jersey for a day. You sure did. You sure did. Oh, what do we got? Draft rookies, generate rookies at 16. Sure. Well, draft rookies generate at 16. No. Use sponsorship system, FHM development, retirement engine, recalculate ratings before each season. Let's do recalculate. Yeah, let's do recalculate. Set us roster by draft. Random debut. No career stats. Use end of season roster. Start as historical GM. Sure. Multiplayer league. Enable historical editing. Sure. What did that just do? Iron Curtain rule. Off. There we go. We will call this a test file because I might be loading up the wrong one. Leo, what's going on? Good to see you. They have a dedicated challenge for the Solar Bears. They do. They updated that and have it split between different eras now, which is a pretty nice change, too. I have barely played FHM12 so far, so like I said, I had the motivation to do it, and I'm like, fuck yeah, let's go. Let's go. It's going to be a text-based sim kind of night. I did win one more cup before Lidstrom retires, and NHL9 be a pro controlling the man. I failed. Shout out to playing a bunch of NHL 09 be a pro. Be a pro, though. That is bold. That is quite bold. Fucking Ender making fun of my corporate millennial wallpaper. That's insane. Shout out to Crashy, by the way. For 90 months, was hoping for a later couch victory. As in, like, what, waking up at, like, 1 in the morning so that we could play Fortnite? Which FHM was on console. Totally get that. It's understandable why it isn't, but totally understand that. Yeah, consoles, pretty much always get the short changing, the shorthand. Sorry, I got distracted. When it comes to like sim games, they've always been a PC staple. It's taking longer to load up than I thought it would. Polly, what's going on? I don't know how Be a Pro is going to be in 10. I mean, Be a Pro got like progressively better. In like NHL 14 and 15, they kind of figured it out, and then not much really helped or happened from there. Dalibor Dvorsky's going to be a stud for the Blues in a year or two. Yeah, until they trade him for nothing. But yeah, the old Olympic hockey games today. Not too happy about the Finland loss, although Slavkovsky did look really good. And man, imagine if Italy had pulled that upset off against Sweden, Ender, I'm sorry, but it's your fault for being a Blues fan. Speaking of Be a Pro, I think I like the Road to the Show changes for this year. As you should. This is taking so much longer to load up than I thought. But that does give us a chance to talk about Road to the Show. Because you guys know, we play this every year, right? So while this is taking forever, there is the video that talks about it. They expanded high school and college, which is nice. Again, like college-wise, I'm never too amped up just because college baseball is what it is. But I enjoy the fact that this is in the game. This one here, too, though. Once you've earned your spot in the majors, you power to call the shots. Not only can you request trades. Again, this was stuff you could do way back in the day. You could do this in the fucking 2K games. Chat with coaches about changing positions, more leverage to make big moves. Again, that stuff that was in like Road to the Show style game modes years ago. At least it's back. This year, goal setting plays a major role in how you shape your career. You can choose to chase short or long-term goals, which, again, that's really nice, too. Just to kind of keep you engaged. The perk system has been changed. In theory, it should take longer to kind of grind for them instead of immediately being amazing. This is the real interesting one, and I'm not surprised by this. Because they've had these kind of entry points for franchise mode for a couple years now. So now the fact that you have this, where you can set it up of just like, okay, cool, you can sim and then jump in at key times, stuff like that is really nice. And your performance is driven by the overall rating as well. Achievements like hitting streaks can result in temporary boost to the overall. Again, are they like the craziest changes of all time? No. But should this help quite a bit in terms of, in terms of keeping the game mode a bit fresh instead of playing like 2 seasons and burning out on it? Like, yes, that should help. Should. So, I'm looking forward to that because this past year we didn't do a ton on Road to the Show. Just because we had played the hell out of it the year before. So, I wouldn't be surprised if I end up playing a lot more. A lot more. Bunny, what's going on? Mike, General Gaming, Hulk. Never played any show before last year, but I'd like the equipment changed back to what I gather because of the bonuses. They did change that for a reason, but I get why that would be like, man, I kind of missed that, Wally as well. What's up, man? And Damon, 95 in a row. That's nuts. We're going to go GM only. We are, of course, going to go with Boston. Don't need to be a national. That'll be automatic. Well, it cannot be fired. Percentage of talents from stats. We got to start on July 1st no matter what. Let's hope I loaded up the right one. Let's hope I loaded up the right one, because otherwise it'll be a bit before we get the other one loaded up. But we shall see. And the date is, I believe, hidden behind my webcam. Fuck. July 1st, 2005. Perfect. That's exactly where we wanted to be. Because we'll be heading into the 05-06 season, as opposed to missing the 04-05 season in its entirety. So we are right after the lockout, which is what I wanted. Hooray. So yeah, like I said, I was just kind of like, I really want to play FHM after playing, Steven, what's going on the YouTube side of things? After making that video about, College Hockey 26, the other sim game that's coming out, I'm kind of in a sim game mood. It had been a bit since we had played NHL. And like I said, I was just kind of looking around my office, and, you know, we got the Joe Thornton Pooh Bear jersey behind my chair. And that is the motivation for this, because why the hell not? What if the Bruins weren't big dum-dums and traded Joe goddamn Thornton? So we're taking control of Mike O'Connell in this timeline. Dynamite was great. I agree. They've been on a really, really strong run, Damon. Like a really strong run. So I've been really enjoying AW again. The team is owned by Jeremy Jacobs. Boo. Let's see. We got a $48 million budget with about $29 million allotted. Okay. And historical notes. Let's see. I missed the part where Sid made it to Dynamite. Did he really? I missed that part. I must have been looking away from the screen at the time. It must have been so excited for Fletcher and Champa. There you go. Gotta go get Raycroft a cup. Notable new players in this timeline: Carl Alsner, Backlund, Jonathan Bernier, Bobrovsky, Patrick Kane. Bunch of options. PK Subban's in there. And Riley Nash. Manager notes, nothing to really worry about. Manager options. Scouting will be set to the assistant. Training can also be the assistant. Lineup is going to be the coach. Tactics will be the coach. But we are in control of roster moves, transactions, trades, managing staff, jersey numbers, I don't care. And financial settings can also be an assistant. Control farm, don't need to worry about that. When a player's injured for at least, let's do at least 2 weeks. Yeah, a week. Shout out to Panda, 10 months on the primer. Thank you for that. Never stop on a player when a 2-star player is available on waivers. Personal message trade when you get an injury update. Okay. Do not disturb. Commissioner mode. Automatic contract renewals. Good. Everything there is fine. News subscriptions. Everything there is fine too. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. So let me just get a quick little save in there immediately. And we will be able to take a look at a couple of different things. And I just want to see what happens here in my own little deal. I'm just getting a little bit refamiliarized with what we have going on. Obviously, I've played a lot of Out of the Park lately, so, you know, the crossover between the two games is pretty easy. So, let us take a look at this starting roster, shall we? Our goaltenders, Andrew Raycroft, at 25 years young, coming off of a frickin' Calder. Hannu Toivonen, a 31-year-old Tim Thomas, and Jordan Sigalette, who never really made it out of the AHL, unfortunately. But yeah, those are the big ones. Those are the big ones. Tim Thomas will eventually grow because we have the reassessment every year. But at least for this season, he's just a veteran AHLer, basically. Unless we were to do Raycroft for Rask, which I don't even know if the Leafs would accept that in this timeline. Who do we have on defense? We are led by Nick Boynton, Brian Leach, Hal Gill, Kevin Dahlman, Mark Stewart, Jay Leach, Yuri Slager, Milan Yurchina, Andrew Alberts, Ian Moran, and Jonathan Girard. Oh my God, they brutalized Jonathan Girard. Look at how they've massacred my boy. 1 star. 1 star. Oh no. And for forwards, a 19-year-old Patrice Bergeron, who they said is already the man, and I agree. And the man of the hour, 25-year-old Jumbo Joe Thornton. Which, I mean, look at him. Look at him. He's an absolute beast. His shooting range isn't too crazy, but he parks himself in front of net and scores goals. It's fine. He's got an 18 out of 20 for screening. He's got 22 out of 20 for passing. Yeah, doesn't even have a beard yet. Oh, man. But yeah, good old Jumbo. Overall ability, he and Bergeron are fairly similar in terms of skill. Thornton would be a top player on most teams in the league. Looks like he may wind up being a little bit better than Bergeron is right now. I disagree. Doesn't need shooting. It's true. Vic, what's up? What's up? Development, of course, we're not really going to have to worry about anything there either. Regenerate, same picture. Yeah. Not really worried about that. I think I did forget to, try to give him a beard. I think I did forget to, do like a picture file. I think I had one on the main menu, but it didn't install. Let me check. Save and go back. Got the stubs with the old 3 in a row. File. Start screen, please. Not credits. Wanted Steamworks. There we go. Got that logo pack. Items downloaded. Click here to install it. Hopefully these don't take too long. We will see. In the meantime, gives us something to talk about. Chara's still with the Islanders. In this timeline, he would have been on the Ottawa Senators. And Steven, I'm doing good. Clone as well. This is Franchise Hockey Manager. Again, very much along the lines of Out of the Park Baseball. It's actually made by the same developer. Well, same company. Smaller dev team. But, shit, wrong one again. Let me install this as well. And this. Kind of surprised they gave Tekla the belt. I'm very happy they did. I like Chris Statlander a lot, but just something is missing with her in terms of like a character or just something. My hope is that she ends up in Stardom or something like that and just can find something else, because she's really, really fucking good in ring. But, you know, there just seems to be something missing. TW needs more strap matches. It could happen. Alright, let me see. So I don't know if anything would have actually changed, which is fine. It is what it is. I'm not too worried about it. But yeah, forwards. It was Bergeron, Thornton, Sergei Samsonov, Brad Boys. Glenn Murray, one of the most underrated NHLers ever. Dan LaCouture, Dave Scatchard, Eric Nicholas. Oh my God. Dude, I loved this team as a kid too. PJ Axelson, Brad Isbister, Travis Green. Yes, that Travis Green. Eric Healy, Ben Walter, Ben Geet, Sergei Zhamnov, who's out indefinitely with shoulder soreness. Leafs legend Colt Orr, Nate Robinson, Tom Fitzgerald. Yes, that Tom Fitzgerald. Pat Leahy, Zednik Blatny, Sean McEachern, Nate Thompson, young Nate Thompson, and Jason McDonald. What a way to start. Boy, can you wonder why they splashed the cash on Chara and Savard? Do you wonder why? So, I mean, it's not the worst team in the world to start off. But yeah, we'll definitely have some work to do. And we'll have to double-check some call-ups and send-downs as well. Unsigned prospects include Mikko Lehtinen, Byron Bitts and Ashton Rome, a young David Krejci at 19 years old, Vladimir Sobotka, Benoit Mondieu, and Lukas Vantuk, Martin Skarsum, Petr Kallis, Chris Versteeg, Patrick Vachak, Anton Hedman, defense Jonathan Sigalet, and Matt Hunwick, also Matt Lashoff, and Frank Redeker. Kevin Reagan in goal. Top prospect right now is Brad Boyes. Top unsigned prospect is David Krejci. Makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. But yeah, again, this a lot of ratings and everything, the way I have this set up, will be changing year in and year out. Head coach right now is Mike Sullivan, of Penguins fame, of Ranger fame, and just of fame. We got Wayne Cashman, Bob Essenza, Norm McIver as assistant coaches, John Whitesides. Jeff Gorton is a scout who would go on to be the GM that actually took over for this team, had a really good draft, and then went to the Rangers. That was a fun time. That was a fun one. I was about to start one with Price to get him his cup. Fair. Byron Bitts, incoming 50-goal scorer. I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that. But we can take a look at other teams as well to see what they had going on. You know, let's look from the actual roster perspective. It'll get you guys a better idea of what the world is looking like right now. So for the Mighty Ducks, led by Teemu Selanne at 34, Scott Niedermayer, J.S. Jaguar, Ilya Bryzgalov, Peter Sikora. Top prospects include Ryan Getzlaf at a 4.5 star. Corey Perry's there. Freaking Joffrey Lupul. Dustin Penner's way down there where he belongs. Let's see. The Thrashers had Hossa, Kovalchuk, Mark Savard, Kari Lehtinen, among others. Braden Coburn as a 3-star prospect. Chris Kunitz was on that team. Toby Enstrom, also with a good potential. Well, at least a 3. It's not amazing, but it's all right. And then Buffalo, before they switched to the Buffa Slug. Brian Campbell, Chris Drury, Teppo Numanen, Max Afinoganov, Ryan Miller, Palmanville. Again, this was a team that this season went on their best run in recent times. Maybe, just maybe, could have made that cup final. But they didn't. And they have been paying for it ever since. Sorry to Sabres fans to bring that up. Calgary, Iggy, Kiprusoff, Phaneuf, young Mark Giordano, Hammerlick, Regier, Curtis McElhinney. Hell yeah, 3.5 star potential Curtis McElhinney. Didn't quite live up to that. Let's see. Carolina, Eric Stahl, Cam Ward, Justin Williams, Rod Brindamore at 34. Andrew Ladd, Corey Stillman, Ray Whitney. Of course, they would go on to win the Cup that year. Chicago. Duncan Keith, Craig Anderson, Corey Crawford, Brent Seabrook, Bufflin, Wisniewski, Hobby Boulin. Of course, this is before Taves and Kane were drafted, too, so they were quite bad. Colorado. Oh, my God, they were so old. Joe Sakic and Rob Blake, both at 35, and Rob Blake would play forever. Alex Tanguay, Milan Hajduk. Drops a bit from there. I spy a Johnny Boychuk that I would love to trade for. Columbus with their old logo, which, it was okay. It was okay. Rick Nash, fucking Brian Berard, Adam Foote, Jeff Sanderson. Really dips from there. Really dips from there. Like Nikolai Zherdev, Gilbert Brule. The circus banner. That's a good way to describe that logo, actually. I loved Boychuk Nick. He was maybe he's like my favorite non-superstar level defenseman of all time. You know, because like you talk about like favorite defenseman of all time. Like if I'm going with the Bruins bias, you know, guys like Bork, Chara, but like Boychuk's in that other level. You know, Dallas with Mike Modano, Mike Smith, Marty Turco, Sergei Zubov, Jason Arnott, Yuri Lettinen, Brendan Morrow, and some god awful jerseys that they'd be changing to in the very near future. Detroit is absolutely stacked. Dougie Hamilton. Had Dougie stayed as a Bruin longer, maybe. I just didn't get to watch much of him once he ended up in Calgary. You know? Hey, man, McQuaid. Perfect Bruins. Pavel Datsyuk, Henrik Zetterberg, Nick Lidstrom, Chris Osgood, Brendan Shanahan, Jimmy Howard, UMaine legend. What am I thought? Yeah, this is quite the scenario. Hey, we're trying to make my my younger self happy by removing some trauma. You know, Yzerman's final year. Yeah, man was 40. Edmonton, who would go on to lose in the Stanley Cup final this year. Chris Pronger, Hemsky, Ryan Smith. It's kind of, you know, granted, you know, you can look at a roster. It's a video game, right? But damn, the fact they made it to the Cup final is kind of surprising. You know, again, like you can argue with ratings if you want, but like how that team made it to a Cup final that year, I have no idea. But they did. The Florida Panthers, Roberto Luongo, Olli Jokinen, Jay Bouwmeester, Nathan Horton, Josef Stumpel. And of course, for years and years and years, the Panthers would do fuck all. And now, of course, they've won back-to-back Stanley Cups. It's weird. It's pretty weird. Oh, LA. Not a great time for LA. Dustin Brown was already there. You had Camilleri, Frolov, Pavel Demitra, Lubomir Vishnevsky. But they were still getting the pieces together. Your Dowdies, your Jonathan Quicks. Oh, God, when Sean Avery is one of your key players, you know? The Kings should go back to this logo. Oh, if you mean the Panthers, then I agree. The Kings, I don't mind their current look. So, that was the same year Stefan biffed an empty netter. Yes, it was. The Minnesota Wild, Brent Burns, who they would trade. Marion Gaborik, Pierre-Marc Bouchard, Manny Fernandez, Dwayne Rollison, and Bruins legend, Brian Ralston. So many former Bruins. So many that I might need to reacquire. Derek Bogard's on that team as well. Oh, Montreal, Andre Markov, Mike Ribeiro, boo. Saku Koivu, Sheldon Surrey, Alex Kovalev, and others, including Bruins legend, Michael Ryder. Bruins legend, Michael Ryder. Oh, let's see. Nashville. Shea Weber, boy, let me tell you. Shea Weber, Paul Kariya, Pecorine, Ryan Suter, Thomas Vokoun, Dan Hamhuis. By the way, it is insane. And I know for Nashville fans, it's got to be a point of just like, oh, God damn it. Dude, they were a defensive prospect factory. Goalies, too. But Shea Weber, Ryan Suter, Dan Hamhuis, Matthias Eklund. Like, they just kept finding these players. It was nuts. Should get what you can get for Ryder Halak in a second. Dude, I have Andrew Raycroft. Do you think I need Bruins legend Yaroslav Halak? I mean, I'd take him, though. Yossi and Ellis. Not even including them. Very, very true. And unfortunately, they have nothing to show for it, except for whatever the hell Barry Trotz has done to that team over the last couple of years. Seth Jones, yeah, that's right. They did end up with Seth Jones, too. All right, let's stop twisting the knife for Nashville fans. New Jersey with Martin Brodeur, Blues legend. Brian Gianna, Bruins legend, Brian Gianna. Zach Parise, Paul Martin, Scott Gomez. Drops a bit from there. Davey Clarkman. They also have the good Cody Franzen. Keep going, because you probably could. The New York Islander. Rick DiPietro, Miroslav Shatan. And it falls off right after that. Good Lord. Good Lord. Does it just fall apart from there? That is brutal. Do Barry Trotz tank his legacy? Nah, he's fine. He's hardly the first great coach to be a bad GM. He'll be fine. The New York Rangers. Jaromir Jagr, before he depart back to the Russian Super League. Henrik Lundqvist, Michael Nylander, Martin Straka. And it dips to 3-star and below from there. Including the year that Marek Malik scored in the shootout. His only shootout goal ever. I see that James Vanderbeek passed away. I did. Was a bummer. Yeah, really, I mean, it's just no other way to put it, right? Like, you know, guy was only 48. It's way too fucking young. The Ottawa Senators, who would go to the Cup final the next year. Daniel Alfredsson, Zdeno Chara in a contract year. I'm probably going to have to bank on him becoming a free agent like he did in real life. Probably. But Danny Heatley, Jason Spezza, Ray Emery, Mike Fisher, Martin Havlat, Chris Kelly, Wade Redden. Like, god damn that team. God damn that team. And they still had Dominik Hasek. Oh, let's see. Philadelphia, not so hot at the time. Jeff Carter, Mike Richards, Simon Gagne, all younger. Dennis Seidenberg was there. Peter Forsberg, but he was already pretty well broken down, unfortunately. Phoenix. Shane Doan is the only guy over 3-star. Paul Mara, Keith Ballard, Brian Boucher. Oof. Do we think we ever see sign-and trades become as prevalent as they are in the NBA? Yeah, I mean, it could. Like, the NHL's very much a copycat league in a lot of regards. But at the same time, it hasn't really happened a ton, you know? It happened with Nylander, though, didn't it? Well, Nylander was basically, like, he didn't sign the 8th year, though, did he? With Toronto, I think it was 7 with Vegas, but that might be as close as we get. I'm in 2083 in this game. Shoosh. Yeah, Marner, not Nylander. I read the Nylander name earlier on the Rangers. So Nylander was at the forefront. But yeah. Goddamn. Too many. Wrong button. We're fine.
I'm just trying to walk
Pittsburgh.
through this
Shout out to Nick for the follow. Welcome in. Here's a 17-year-old Sidney Crosby rated 4.5 stars. How does that make you feel? But God, they had Fleury, Gonchar, Mario Lemieux there at 39, Ziggy Palffy. Not bad. Freaking 4.5 stars, Sidney Crosby. Jesus Christ. Absolute monster. Absolute monster. Let's see. San Jose, who will not be getting Joe Thornton in this timeline, goddammit. Patty Marleau, Nabokov, Matt Carl. Drops down to some 3-stars. There's some good players in that 3-star list, but Brad Stewart, Marco Sturm, and Wayne Primo, who's way down here for Joe Thornton. At least Marco Sturm was good. I wish all the leagues had the dumb draft pick trade rules of the NBA, but I want them even more absurd. Protected picks, so if it's protected 3 years in a row, it becomes 2 first. Dumb stuff like that. I disagree. Yeah, you're right. Recky was on that Penguins team, too. Also means Chichu won't randomly score 50 goals either. Or will he? Keep hitting the wrong buttons. Oh, St. Louis. Dennis Weidman. Doug Waite. That is a very St. Louis Blues team. Barrett Jackman, not all that far removed from winning a Calder. Keith Kachuk was there at 33. Hulk, it sure is. The Tampa Bay Lightning, who of course won the Stanley Cup before the lockout. And indeed, yeah, Colin, this is 05-06. Vinny LeCavalier, the Michael Jordan of hockey. Martin St. Louis, Brad Richards, Dan Boyle. God, what a team. They had lost Hobby Bullet already to Edmonton, but they wouldn't do much, right? Like, you know, they'd fall off pretty fast and end up with Stamkos. But that 04 team was sick. Here we go. Always a main event. The Toronto Maple Leafs. Matt Sundin, Alex Steen, Brian McCabe, Lindros at 32. Caberlet, Bruins legend, Thomas Caberlet. And, of course, Tuukka Rask would be in the mix there as a prospect. But, oh, yeah, it was Hobby Bullet on Chicago, and then he ended up on Edmonton. Yeah. Right you are. Vancouver. Ryan Kessler, boo. Todd Bertuzzi, boo. Marcus Naslin, yay! Chubanovsky, Brendan Morrison, Matthias Ohlund, and the Sedins were rocking 3 stars at the time. They will get better as the years go on. Which you could say that's kind of a harsh for them to only be 3 stars, but look at their production. You know, 54 points in 82 games for Daniel prior to the lockout. Like, you know. Rask, yeah, you're right. Rask wouldn't be there. Wait, I'm thinking of Pogge, aren't I? That would have already been there. But yeah, this was definitely a time when the Sedins reviewed as like, yeah, they're okay. Definitely not like what they would become. And the Washington Capitals with a 19-year-old Alexander Ovechkin. Good old Putin's best friend. And then Ole Kolzig, Mike Green. Dips a bit from there, but this was a very bad time for the Caps, but they would turn it around eventually. But dude, like the early 2000s Caps were not great. Not great. But yeah, this is Ovi without playing a single NHL game. So, will he be the greatest goal scorer of all time? Find out next time. So yeah, I wanted to look at teams' top prospects. So the Capitals, yeah, I mean, Ovi's the guy, but they do have like Chris Bourque in the mix. Vancouver's got Corey Schneider already, Alex Edler, Mason Raymond, Luc Bourdon, Yannick Hansen. Toronto does have Tuukka. They do have Tuukka. At a 5-star potential for Tuukka Rask. Oh, would they? Would they take Rask for Raycroft, though? Strawman's there. Justin Pogge's there. I don't even think I could get them to do Rask for Raycroft. I don't think I could. Fuck. Tampa has Kari Ramo, Mike Lundin, Blair Jones. Jesus Christ, dude. They were boned. St. Louis. Oh my God, stop. There we go. St. Louis has Ben Bishop, TJ Oshie, David Backes, Roman Polak, Carl Soderberg, Ryan Reeves as some unsigned prospects. Leafs would have ruined Tuukka if they wouldn't have traded him. Potentially. San Jose with Mark-Edward Vlasic, Thomas Greiss, Setaguchi, Pavelski, Stalock, who's listed as a free agent, actually. Pittsburgh have Gino, Letang, Goligoski, Tyler Kennedy, Carcillo. So quite a few good unsigned players. Coyotes' top prospect is Blake Wheeler. They also have Keith Yandel, Martin Hansel, who was a good player, man, until injuries caught up to that guy. 5-star potential for Rask. Damn right, 5-star potential for Rask. Are you kidding me? One of the greatest goalies of his goddamn generation. You look at those numbers, you compare it to the guys that people always talk about. You do it. Let's see. Philadelphia. Steve Downey, 5-star for Wheeler was the yoke. I mean, he was pretty highly touted. Again, these ratings fluctuate. It's the moment in time you got to think of. Ottawa, unsigned Brian Elliott. Peter Reagan, not great. But the team was already really good. Rangers had Brandon Dubinsky, Al Montoya, Mark Stahl, Laurie Korpikoski, Ryan Callahan. They had some pieces. Islanders unsigned prospects. Blake Como is basically the only one. Oof. You're forgetting he's Finnish, not American, so he's the worst goalie ever. Big if true. I had such a love-hate relationship with Rask. You were wrong. If it wasn't a love-love relationship, you were wrong. The New Jersey Devils had Travis Zajac already. Nick Bergfors. Oh my God, Mark Fane. Not great. Nashville had Radulov, Cody Franzen, Patrick Hornqvist, Mike Santorelli. 8 goalies total on the team depth chart. That's insane. Let's see. Montreal's top prospects. Carey Price, #1 goalie. Carey Price. They also had Yaroslav Halak, Alexei Emelin, Kyle Chipchura, Mikhail Grabovski, the Kostitsins. Minnesota's top unsigned prospects. Benoit Pouliot, Anton Khudobin, Clayton Stoner. Kings already had Kopitar. They had Quick. They just weren't signed. Brian Boyle. Not bad. Panthers had David Booth. What a fucking loser that guy is. Kendall McCardle. Oh my God, man. They had nothing. Jesus. Oilers at least had Devin Dubnyk, Tom Gilbert, Taylor Chorney. My God. Show me why the Oilers were terrible heading into the 2010s. There's a reason. The Red Wings unsigned prospects. Darren Helm, Jakob Kindle, Jonathan Eriksson. Dallas had James Neal, Matt Niskanen, Louis Eriksson, Nick Grossman. That's not bad. Rich Kloon. Blue Jackets had Chris Russell, Mark Mathot, Adam McQuaid. Well, they had defense coming up. Colorado had Paul Stastny, and it really dropped off from there. David Jones at least had some NHL time, but damn. I mean, like Hensick did too, but damn. Chicago unsigned. Dave Bolin, Brian Bickle, Hjalmarsson, Troy Brouwer. Again, man, like they had some pieces. They were just missing the big two of Taves and Kane. Carolina had Jack Johnson, Justin Peters, Brett Carson. Calgary had nothing in terms of unsigned. Like in green for the prospects, that's who they already had signed, but otherwise, the 17 seconds left, excuse me, that was more Brian Bickle. Buffalo, Clark MacArthur, Drew Stafford, Andre Sekera, my GOAT, Marc-Andre Gragnani. Freaking Nathan Gerby. My GOAT, Mark Mancari. We stand some Portland Pirate legends. How many leagues are active in this franchise? I believe for us, it's just NHL and AHL for the sake of time. But modern games, you can follow like everything, basically. So, yeah, modern games, you can follow a lot. Boston, of course, for us. We'll talk about that in a minute. Atlanta had Andre Pavelec. The next Zdeno Chara, Boris Volobik. And the Ducks had Bobby Ryan, Drew Miller, Ryan Shannon. So definitely some inconsistencies with certain teams in terms of whether or not they actually had some good prospects or not. Definitely some inconsistencies. Torres, what's going on? I gotta sneeze. That's what's up. I'm okay. I think. We'll find out. All right, I thought Newman was with Minnesota. Yeah, he moved around. All right, our skill coach and Paul Vincent's not that good. Free agents. So let me see here. Physical training and coaching prospects. give me coaching prospects. Can we get like what's our top rating? Is it a 20? Okay, it does go above 20 for that. Physical training, coach prospects. Okay, maybe it goes above 20, but it doesn't actually go above 20. That would make sense. Training. Yeah, that was the case. All right, let's see. So coach prospects max out at about 15. So Jeff Mount, Dale Wanner, one of these two would probably be the best option for us. Dale. Good old Dale. I cannot hire you as anything I'd like to hire you as right now. Can I get rid of Paul Vincent? 27 grand to get rid of Paul Vincent. Maybe we'll just wait for certain contracts to come due. He's got 4 years left on his deal. Never mind. Bite the bullet. See you later, Paul. See you later. All right, let's go bring that guy in. I don't want job ratings. I want training, physical training, da-da-da. Dale. Hire as assistant coach. Welcome in, Dale. Happy to have you here. Would I recommend this game on sale? Yes, and this game is on sale right now, actually. Yeah, I mean, if you've played FHM before, like, they just continue to improve it. If you've never played FHM, then 12 is probably the right one to get. They are actually having a 33% off sale right now. Fun fact. I'll post the link in both chats here. But yeah, if you ever wanted to check out this game, now is a good time. Now is a very good time. And Andrew, you donated to charity. That's why you got it for free. So, all right, let's see. So that'll be our skill coach. And Mr. Vanner. Our trainer's already good. Wayne Cashman, Bruins legend, is our offensive coach. Forward prospects, offensive and defensive training. Let us look at, let's see, coaching, offense here. Yeah, and Cashman's just not that great. Forward prospect, offensive and defensive training. Forward prospect, offensive and defensive training. Again, anything between like a 16 and a 14 is not that bad. Actually, no, let me go back. Coach forward prospects, offensive, defensive training. Forward prospect, offensive and defensive training. Oh my god. I feel like I can't see everything. Maybe it's under a different category. No, it is not. All right. Offensive and defensive training. Eric Harrell, Chris Padullo. How about this guy? Chris Padullo. Let's bring you in. We want to upgrade the staff as quick as we can. So Wayne Cashman, I hate to tell you, buddy, you might be out of a job. I want to bring you in as the offensive coach. Even though he's better at training defensive. So maybe we'll make him our defensive coach. Oh, he could be both. How do you like that? I mean, he won't be. But he could be. It was what, Norm McIver? Do we have anything that we care to do for Norm McIver? Not really. He's good at coaching defense, not so good at coaching offense. Right, let me go get one other guy in there, and I will get back to chat in a second once we just get this set up. So probably Mr. Harrell. Looks pretty good, or even Jonathan Dugas. Oh, we got to bring in the Dugas. We got to bring in the Dugas. What if I make you the offensive coach? You get to be defensive coach. Padula will be the offensive coach. Goalie coach, Bob Essenza. Coach goalies, coach prospects. Right. Coach goalies, coach prospects. Let's see. Leonard Dotson. It's probably our best bet. So I'm sorry to Mr. Bob Essenza, but you are probably out. Depending on what the Dotson looks like. Yeah, the Dotson's better at coaching prospects. Cool. Let's see. Thoughts on Dynamite. Another good show. AEW has done really, really well. AEW has done really, really well. It's been a fun show. Oh, good question. R.I.P. to Brad Arnold. As I said the night that the news came that he passed away, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't really say anything at all. So, anyway, staff members. Is there anybody here that's not really doing anything? Because Sullivan's the head coach. Cashman now really isn't doing anything. So, Wayne, I hate to fire a Bruins legend, but this isn't a boys' club, baby. We're trying to win. Warrior, what's up, dude? Dotson, Dugas, Bob Essenza can go as well. Norm McIver can go. Padula, Wanner. And assistant coach John Whitesides. Are you good at anything? Not really. You just kind of exist. So, Mr. Whitesides, you are out of here. Was I surprised by the title changes? The women's title, no. The TNT title, very surprised. Very. Fresh from the hospital. Oh, fun. I hope you're all right. Or to being a snarky son of a bitch finally come back to haunt you. Oh, I'm just mostly kidding. Mostly. As we say hello to our friends themselves. Old Out of the Park Developments on the raid. Look at us. Look at us both streaming this game. What are the odds? Thank you very much for the raid. How were things with old Super Mario? I hope they were well. And of course, if you guys are not following the Out of the Park channel, now's a good time to do it. Now's a good time to do it. Not only, of course, for this, but they also have their Out of the Park baseball streams as well. Hence the OOTP, of course. We are setting up an alternate reality where my childhood favorite player, Joe Thornton, does in fact not leave the Boston Bruins. We'll see if that turns out to be a good thing or a bad thing. I'm not sure. And, in some reality, it might turn out to actually be a bad thing that he doesn't leave. Who's to say? We were actually just talking about the discount that the game has going on right now. You missed me talking about it by about 2 minutes. We could bring in another scout, but I don't really think we have to. I mean, just unless there's a really good scout out there, I think we're okay. All these guys are good at training. Job ratings, not worried about that. The miscellaneous skills, not really working about that. Apologies. I will try to find it in my heart to forgive you. I'll try. All right, we definitely precautionary checks after a cut to the leg. Oh, Warrior, fun. How's my face? Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. And am I a Damian Clara fan? I think we're all Damian Clara fans. He is the Kristers Gudlevskis of this run of the Olympics. Jake, he sure was. He sure was. All right, Barry Fraser looks insane. So let's at least bring this guy in as a scout. He looks nuts. We still got $2 million of a remaining budget here. Ender, I have no choice on the YouTube side. I have to mute Spotify. They don't have a setup. So Twitch, when you stream on Twitch, they have a setup that allows you to like automatically remove copywritten music from the VODs. YouTube, they don't give a damn. They're just like, nope, copyright material, how dare you, straight to jail. So yeah, there are the slight differences. There's still some good scouts, but I think we're okay. But then again, if we have this budget, is that just, yeah, it's just our staff budget. If we have the money, why wouldn't we spend the money? Right? Screw it. Let's bring in some scouts. We're the Boston Bruins. Oh, good. John Davidson. We're the Boston Bruins. We have the money to spend. We should spend it. Why to start streaming on YouTube? Just to test it out. You know, the co-stream. See what the response to it would be. And, you know, I know for some people it's easier to watch on that platform. So, the nightly question hit early tonight. That it did. That it did. We're not changing anything else about any of our staff members. I am just going to keep hiring scouts. Like, we should be getting information about everybody. Again, like, we're one of the richest teams in the league. Let's spend money like we are. And just have this ungodly scouting department. Because why not? I wish I could sign people faster than this, but... Doug Gilmore. Noted scout Doug Gilmore. Let's also bring in Yari Curry. I just started noticing all the former players. Vic Hadfield, Pat LaFontaine, Al McInnes. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Brian Marchment. Could bring in Mark Messier. Just don't ask him to hold a cookie over his head. Peter Stastny. All right, we are running out of money here. Yeah, but Brian Lawton's there. Anybody else? Herb Brooks. There you go. Let's bring in Herb Brooks. Do you believe in miracles? That is the question. Are the drafts generated? They are the real drafts. They are the real drafts. So yeah, you will have a better idea of who's out there. So really, this money I'm spending is kind of not even worth it. I just wanted to do it for the hell of it. Let's also bring in Pat Verbeek. All right, there we go. Team staff. Look at that, baby. We got the scouting department of dreams. Hell yeah. Shot the 75 in a row from Warrior, by the way. Ridiculous. Let's see, and then we can set up what we want for training, although manager options. So I do have training set up to be the assistant's job. That said, is it like out of the park? I don't think it is. Where you can say, hey, override what the AI is setting up for training. I don't think we can do that in this game. I'd love to see that addition for the next game. Oh, God. Man, tis the season, right? Tis the season for these brutal coughs and everything. Tis the season. But yeah, it would be nice, because I don't think I can do that. So for me, it's just easier to say, screw it, let the AI do what it's going to do. That way we don't have to set it up for everybody. But yeah, like if I could go and say, okay, Joe Thornton, I want him to specifically work on his shooting range. You know, the AI could come along and change it. Out of the Park has a setting where you can just go, yeah, no, you're not changing anything about his training. So that would be a very, very nice change. What's this based upon? My childhood sadness. That is what this is based upon. Training programs only available before the start of the regular season. All right, so it's too early. Fair enough. And then scouting was also set to automated, I do believe. You know, let our scouting department do their thing. Okay, good. That is set up for the assistant. 2005, the data is quite small. It is. It is. It's the post-lockout NHL. The post-lockout NHL. The fun times. The fun times, the fun times. Is there any player in the league who has a goalie ability who's not a goalie? I doubt it, but I don't know for sure. See, we got a lot of people. Let's see, we got a Swedish scout, we got a Finnish scout, couple Swedes, couple Finns, a Russian. Yeah, we should be okay. A lot of Canadian and American scouts. That's fine. Priorities, though, I do like. Prospects are the top priority, though. And then whoever's on my watch list, our own league, free agents, international tournaments, other leagues, that works. Junior player, that's fine. Region, start off in New England, that's fine too. And our staff, we already sorted out. Finances we'll deal with in a minute. So from the transaction standpoint, who happens to be a free agent right now? Couple of people, but primarily Vasily Kacheshkin and some guy named Antti Niemi. When did Chara go to Boston? The following year, he left Ottawa in free agency and signed with the Bruins. I'd love a feature to batch invite all your unsigned prospects to training camp instead of manually clicking one by one. Agreed. Well, it'd be pretty dumb not to sign Niemi. We got $14 million in cap space. We might also be able to snag Dan Girardi, who's playing for the Hartford Wolfpack, but might not actually have a deal with the Rangers. Andre Benoit is also out there. And then David Krejci is ours. We just don't have him signed. Do you have a feature on where free agents go to their actual teams? No, so that can change. Is there anybody that's actually that good? Darsh Morozov. Jeremy Reich was a Bruin. He's playing for Providence right now. Well, as we do. Yeah, I'm going to give the AI a chance to maybe sign some of those guys first, and if they don't, then we'll go for it. You know, don't need to just immediately get all the top players, you know. And again, potentials and overalls will change a lot as players developed in real life. So prospect rankings right now, Ovi is the number one prospect in hockey, which makes sense. Well, it's interesting it's considering him a prospect, but not Crosby. So yeah, honestly, I think we are just good to go. Alumni rankings, staff rankings. So let's see. GM-wise, Lou Lamoriello, viewed as the number one GM. Glenn Sather, Ken Holland, Craig Patrick, David Poyle. We are at the very bottom. Dave Nonis in charge of the Canucks. Jesus. Mike Milbury still leading the way for the Islanders. It explains a lot when you really think about it. It explains a lot. All right, so for us, again, there's a couple players I wouldn't mind trading for, too, but we'll take our time. We'll take our time. Let's continue. Let us continue. All right, and a lot's happened already. Olli Jokinen dumped his agent. Nashville listening for offers on Greg Johnson. Washington have sent Frederick Cassavy to Colorado for Bob Bugner. Kyle Wilson for Ken Belanger. Big deal already. Hemsky sent to Los Angeles on 20% retained salary for Pavel Demitra. Steve Konowalchuk goes to the Leafs. Marcel Hossa dealt for Mike Greer. You got a couple of teams terminating deals with players, including Stephen Pete, Maxime Oulet, quite a few. Andy Delmore. Okay. These player training programs, that can be set up as it is. Only available at the start of the season. Right click. So, Joe Thornton. Instead of Ras for Raycroft, you're going to do Raycroft for Pogge. I don't think I will. Are the Olympics in this game? Yes. So Joe Thornton, we can train him up on something specific or just do a general. I mean, he's so damn good. Like, the only real thing I'd want him to kind of improve is either his aggression or his shooting range. Can we get Joe Thornton to improve that aggression? So specific, it takes longer. But there also isn't anything for aggression specifically. So we'll go getting open. Right? Unless I'm blind, I don't see aggression. Like, hitting is there, but that's not necessarily it. All right, we get up to 9 of these as well, so we might actually bump Jumbo out of there. Bergeron. Shooting range, he's so similar to Joe, it's crazy. If we could get Bergie to improve his shot blocking, that would be great. That would be great. Brad boys. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? Shooting range, fighting, shot blocking. Again, the aggression improvement would be nice, but let's get that shooting range up there. Glenn Murray, unfortunately, is only he's 32. Bit too old for training. Samsonov's 26. Honestly, yeah, Thornton, he's already 26, too. It just rolled over. What do we got here? Mark Stewart. What can we do for Mark Stewart? Shooting range. Fighting. His temperament. What do you think about MLB TV rates deal for NBC? And have no clue. No real thoughts on it. I'm still expecting a baseball lockout. Because people are very, very mad at the Dodgers. Very, very mad at the Dodgers. And I'm not even saying they're wrong. All right, Mark Stewart. Let's go shooting accuracy for you. Hannu Toivonen. What can we do for Hannu Toivonen? He's just not very aggressive. I mean, Hannu's looking pretty good. It's like general training should be fine for him, I would think. Who else? Who else is really young enough here to kind of benefit from that training? Nate Thompson. Colton Orr, Andrew Alberts. Oh, man. Let's just do general training for Raycroft. Okay, maybe general training's not working the way that I wanted it to. Well, if that's not working the way I thought it would. Andrew Raycroft. Now the AI can assign the rest from there. As long as those 3 are training up in that way, we'll be fine. All right, we'll go another day. And we'll see what's happening for agency play. Very random comment here, but I've heard you say North Kakalaki enough the past few weeks. I was grabbing my car keys today, and I said to my wife, can you grab my Kakalakis? Safe to say she was confused. I'm sorry that I'm such a terrible influence on you. I'm so sorry. Let's see. Detroit wants to move Kirk Maltby. Let's see. Alexander Daig received second-degree burns while barbecuing. Chris Phillips held a charity golf tournament. Nick Bergfors traded for Paul Gostad. Devin Dubnyk dealt to Montreal for Alex Kovalev. Goddamn. And our July scouting updates on Z-Top free agents. Noted. All right. I'm calling my keys Kakalakis from now on. As you should. As you should. All right, free agent center. So yeah, some of these guys are still available. So honestly, this Russian goalie, what does he want? A 2-year deal, 430 grand. He also requests Class A bonuses, goals against average below league average. Sure. I'd be interested in playing your club. We can work out. I can't submit the offer though. Oh, well, hold on, meet the man. He must have rights with somebody else then. If he's showing up that way, right? I can't meet the demands. What about Auntie Niemi? Don't think I can sign Niemi either. Fair enough, then. Most exciting. Contracted but signable. No. Well, yes, I guess. Contracted but signable, but we weren't able to actually bring anybody in. Jonas Hiller's there too. What if we just remove that? Ah. Well, that certainly dropped the list down a bit. A little bit. All right. Well, really quickly then, I do want to sign David Krejci. Because it's David Krejci. Why can I not submit offers for anybody? Hello? What am I missing as to why I can't sign him? Financial settings. I mean, sign players. Like, I should be fine. I am confused. Aside from that, there's no one I really want to sign. Like, maybe Matt Hunwick. And Krejci's kind of the big one. Am I able to sign Vladimir Sobotka? Nope, that's also still blanked out. Weird. I don't know why I'm not allowed to do that. Gotta be honest, I'm a bit confused on that one. Maybe because we haven't set our monthly budget for this month. I don't know. Top selling Bruins jerseys in July: Joe Thornton, Brian Leetch, Glenn Murray, Raycroft, Bergeron. Joe Thornton has the highest selling jersey in the NHL for the month of July, ahead of Jerome McGinley. Are you at the contract limit? No, it showed us at like 38. Yeah, we're not at the floor. 37 players. So yeah, I am a bit confused, but you know what? That's okay. We will survive. Oh, let's see how the Sox this year. I mean, God, they should be a playoff team. If they're not, that's a big disappointment. Riley Armstrong for Dale Purrington. Paul Martin and a 7th for Doug Waite and Mark Rycroft. That's a robbery by the Devils. Pascal Rayon may be leaving New Jersey. Okay. What we will do is see if there is anybody that we might want to put on the trade block. So, I mean, right wing side, Brad Boyes, Glenn Murray, they're not going anywhere. But then, like, Eric Nicholas, like, he's never going to have the value that he does right now. Nate Robinson, Tom Fitzgerald. Yeah, there's not much there. Centers, Dave Scatcherd, Travis Green. Jamnoff's out for 3 to 4 months. And left wing side, Samsonov, Locatour, Axelson, Isbister. It's not great. It's not great. And honestly, the defense as well is pretty rough. We got Leach, Gill, and Slager as lefties. Stewart's also a lefty. Jay Leach is also a lefty. Okay, so there's no way Jay Leach is getting a chance with us. We need another right-handed shot that's not Kevin Dahlman or Milan Yurchina. So really it's going to be Slager or Leach because of his age. So let's get Brian Leach on the trade block. We'll get Yuri Slager on the trade block as well. We'll see if we get any offers here. And then goaltending-wise, honestly, this is kind of the peak of both Raycroft and Toivonen. So I am intrigued to see if we were to deal either one of them, what we could get. We could shop them, but I'm not chomping at the bit here to trade either of them. Doing busts only, and this would be fun as hell. It'd be a challenge, for sure. For sure. Thinking Cubs, Red Sox, or Orioles. Orioles would have to have a big bounce back to make it. All right, let's see. What do we have? Prospect tournament. Brad Boys can certainly be on it. Just have the AI assign it. So our prospect roster does include Brad Boys and Hannu Toivonen, Mark Stewart, David Krejci. Is there anybody that we're missing that we'd really like to see play there? Honestly, there's a bunch of free agents that I can't even really sign, so I think we're good. We'll see what happens with the prospect tournament. Ben Walter, we beat Nashville 6-0. Ben Walter had a 3-goal night. UC Jokinen did well. Florida offers us a 4th-round pick for Brian Leach. That's it? Just a 4th-rounder. I know he's old, but only a 4th-rounder. That's not going to happen. I will say, there is a chance I could be getting sick again. The wife is currently sick, and that would really suck if that's the case, but there's a chance. There is a chance. Freaking 4th-round pick for Brian Leach, though. Get out of here. Let's see, Andre Kostitsyn looking good. Off-season training. Joe Thornton gets a +1 in hitting. Raycroft a +1 in professionalism and positioning. I mean, come on. Andrew Raycroft's the consummate professional. Better off manually trading him? Oh, I know. I just like to see what offers pop up, though. Apparently, Phoenix, Montreal, and Edmonton are interested in Raycroft. Sabres and Thrashers have swapped Jochen Hesch and Toby Enstrom, which is kind of crazy. And then some other improvements. Glenn Murray gets a stamina boost, some aggression for Samsonov, not Jamnov. Jamnov is still injured. Like I said, I don't even know if I could offer Rask for Raycroft, and if that would even go through. I kind of doubt it. We go Bruins, and we go... I don't think I can trade right now, can I? Trades and transfers. There we go. I lied. We go to Toronto. We say Leafs rights. Tuukka Rask. How do we make this work? Bergeron or Thornton? Can I interest you in Andrew Raycroft instead? I almost don't know if I want this deal to go through, though. I kind of do, though, because Raycroft's going to fall off the face of the earth. We offered the trade. We'll see if they take it. They said no. So the real, the real life Leafs, not so much. These Leafs, yeah, no, they're holding on to Tuukka. Fair enough. Sens trade a 2nd round. Wow, Tom Kostopoulos fetched a 2nd round pick. What a world we live in. What a world. All right, we got some more improvements, including Hannu Toivonen. Islanders are off. Ooh, Ooh, Jay Leach for a young Franz Nielsen. Mike Milbury, you've done it again. Jay Leach isn't bad. Fergie said it was close enough. Yeah, but if it's not 1-for-1, then the meme dies. Yeah, I mean, Jay Leach isn't bad, but he's never going to be better than what he is right now. And Franz Nielsen, depending on how long I play through this, Franz Nielsen should end up being pretty decent. So I will say yes to this, and we will welcome in Franz Nielsen for Jay Leach. We still need a right-handed defenseman, but we'll figure that out. Boston may move Brian Leach. Washington, New York, and Carolina are interested. Colton Orr has improved at fighting. As he should. As he should. Dallas right wing David Oliver was hurt while helping friends move into a new house. Should do Milbury mode. Oh my god, right? We could get a 3rd round pick from Vancouver for 30-year-old winger Eric Nicholas. That's not bad, because again, Nicholas is just like, he's a well-rounded but mostly like average player. And yeah, I don't see him possibly being any better than what he is right now. Like, he didn't really do anything after this. So we'll take that. I'll take a 3rd round pick for a guy who's not really going to do that much better. That works. August scouting update. Best free agents, Alexei Morozov. Ooh. In Russia, Matt Darsh, Jeremy Reich, Brad Moran. Top free agents. Could we get Alexei Morozov? Former Penguin, who darted back to Russia. It's a $1.5 million per year deal. For whatever reason, I am still just not allowed to submit offer. I don't know why. Maybe because in this timeline, the lockout's still technically ongoing? But it's July of 2000. Actually, it's beyond July of 2005 now. I mean, God, we're in August, almost in September. When did the 2005 lockout ended? And July 22nd. So yeah, the lockout should be done. Does Meet Demand do anything? That's what I've been clicking. Yeah, maybe we asked. Aha, there we go. All right. That makes sense. All right, so we could bring in Alexei Morozov then if we wanted to. Which, I mean, yeah, as an offensive player, dangler, perimeter shooter, speedy forward. It would definitely add some skill. Had 50 points with the Penguins last year. Yeah. We'll submit that offer for Alexei Morozov. And let me go back to Free Agent Center and just see if anybody else is really there. Reich and Darsh. Can we bring in... Do we want to bring... I mean, Matthew Darsh is pretty similar to the guy that we just traded away in Nicholas. Maybe a bit weaker defensively in some ways, but he's pretty similar. What do we got? 2 years, $780K. Meet demand, ask response. There we go. And then Jeremy Reich, who's in the AHL for us. He's a wrecking machine of a player. Wouldn't mind getting him either, honestly. $450 for 2 years. That works for me. Those are the top free agents right now. In terms of potential, can we bring in Kacheshkin? Yes, we can. Okay, that's all I was doing wrong. That makes sense. So what was it for him? $400,000 a year. That's fine. Antti Niemi's out there. If I can't get Tuukka Rask, can I get Antti Niemi? And then for 3 stars, Dan Girardi's out there for some reason. I would love to be able to steal Dan Girardi. Jonas Hiller's out there. I've given the AI like 2 months to sign these guys, and nobody has, so we might as well go for it. Henrik Karlsson, Vaclav Neterost, Ansi Salmela, Andre Benoit is probably the big one out of that group. And let's also sign David Krejci. And if all of those go through, we're looking pretty good. We're looking pretty good. Especially, too, some of those goalies we might try to get rid of immediately. Joe Thornton, still our top jersey seller. And the top jersey seller in the entirety of the league. Let's see. So Jonas Hiller is signed. David Krejci has signed his ELC. Antiniemi, Vasily Kacheshkin. Alexei Morozov is here. Sabres signed Clark MacArthur. Avs with Paul Stastny and Mark-Edouard Vlasic signing with San Jose. Okay. So for goalies, let's be honest, Vasily Kacheshkin, this guy didn't really do much. I don't even know if he ever came over here. We'll put him on the block. Niemi's going to get better, but he is pretty valuable now. So, I mean, if we could just sign him and flip him, I wouldn't be opposed either. Everything else looks okay. And honestly, we'll see if anyone's interested in Morozov, see if they feel like they made a mistake. Okay. Not bad. Not making too many drastic changes immediately, you know? Ron Hainsey dealt for Freddie Modine. Can you believe Ron Hainsey used to be a man in his 20s? Shout out to Nick for gifting. I think the first one I've seen do the old gifted membership. Nick, thank you very much for that. You'll forever hold a spot in my heart. I'll just have to think of how to say Pinkuruk. Reports. Okay. Avalanche, Patrice Brisebois for Vinny Prospel. I love how many teams are like, yeah, 5% retained. No big deal. We'll retain 5% of this deal. Dan Girardi and Andre Benoit have both signed as well. Very nice. Gave the AI plenty of time to sign those dudes. Nobody did, so we'll take advantage. Jeremy Reich is here too. Good. Tim Thomas improving that glove hand. Again, we're not going to get rid of him. Like, he should skyrocket in rating at some point. Let's see. Zednik Blatny getting a bravery increase. Hell yeah. That's what we want, baby. Dinas Zubris is suffering from heat stroke. Okay. I mean, I think we're in September now, aren't we? Those months will get you. That was almost perfect, better than any teacher I had in school. Oof. Okay, so if it's not Pinkuruk, is like there more emphasis on the CU? Pinkuruk. Like, trust me, I can certainly relate to someone having a last name where it's like, okay, yeah, I never heard one teacher be able to get it right. I can certainly relate to that. Let's see. Sammy Lepisto in a 5th for Jason Arnott. Jason Arnott off to Washington. Not bad. Please set your captains. And Pat Leahy is not in shape. I'm going to criticize him internally, not publicly. He responded poorly. Well, show up to camp in shape, buddy. You're Pat Leahy. Like, if Joe Thornton shows up and he's not in shape, sure. But, like, man, you're Pat Leahy. You know? What are you doing? My brother had a teacher in high school with your last name. Hey, what are the odds? Pinkuruk. Okay. That makes sense. Pinkuruk makes sense. All right, fair enough. I will do my best to remember. At least I was close, right? I appreciate being given credit for that. All right, really quickly. I don't think any of these other guys we need to sign. Like, Sobotka would be nice, but... Yeah, I mean, no one's that good right now. Yeah, that should be fine. Let me just have all these guys in camp. So obviously, captain. Oh, captain, my captain, Joe Thornton. Right? Gotta be. Jumbo's gotta be the captain of this team. No doubt about it. Let me just make sure that went through. Okay, it did. Alternate captains. Ooh. We got some choices. It's too early for Bergeron. Probably Glenn Murray. Give him alternate 2. And then, yeah, probably Nick Boynton. It's him or Brian Leach. Let's go Nick Boynton. Maybe even Hal. You know, I was thinking Hal Gill, Mobsky, and then you said his name. Nielsen, good morning. What's up? Yeah, let's go Hal Gill. We'll give Hal Gill a letter. That works. All right, preseason game is here. And, let's see. Our coach is running Samsonov, Bergeron, Murray, Lakator, Thornton, Morozov, Isbister, Scatchard, Leahy, Reich, Geet, and Healy. With Leach, Gill, Slager, Boynton, Girard, and Yurchina, Raycroft, and Kacheshkin in goal. Cool. Works for me. As we lose 2-0 to St. Louis, we got shut out by Ben Bishop. All right. It's preseason, but not ideal. Mike Glumak and Jamal Mayers, the goals. Yikes. That's not great. Bergeron's improved the shot blocking. Phoenix have sent Paul Mara to Pittsburgh for Mark Recchi and Ryan Lannon. Poor Mark Recchi. Waiting on the snowstorm, they promised. We got leveled today. After stream, I have some shoveling so the wife can leave for work in the morning. 10% off-season cushion to your cap space will end soon. Your cap's going to change from 42.9 to 39. If your payroll's above 39, you'll need to lower it. I am pretty sure we're okay. Pretty sure. Let's just go until next week. See what happens. We lose again 2-0, this time to Edmonton. Brad Boy has increased his shooting range. Panthers have traded Josef Stumple to Columbus for Adam Foote. All right, so the AI is still kind of going nuts with certain trades. There are definitely some prospects, right? Like future Bruins, the Boychucks, the McQuaids I'd love to get. Sean Hill dealt for Eric Brewer. The Avalanche have offered Cody McCormick for Hannu Toivonen. We're rejecting that one. Sorry. I mean, we want to make the most of Hannu Toivonen before he regresses, which he's only 21, but he regressed pretty quickly. That's not the deal. So really quickly then, we look at Anaheim. And again, like we've looked through these rosters and the ratings. Like I'd love to get someone like Sandy Shows or someone like that, but I'm primarily looking at prospects that went on to be Bruins that I'd love to get. And shout out to Peter Sikora, still one of my favorites for absolutely no reason. Steve Shields, former Bruin. Don't think Atlanta had much. I mean, Shane Knighty. They do have Mark Savard. But, again, his deal should be up. Yeah, he and, again, Chara both signed with Boston in real life after this season. So, but if we were to go trade offer, make this work. Bergeron. Ooh, we could cheese it. That goalie we just signed, Vasily Kacheshkin. We could cheese it to land Mark Savard. Interesting. And I mean cheese it as in signing a free agent and then immediately flipping him for a player that we want. All right, let me grab the old Word doc here. I'll make note that Mark Savard is obtainable here. What about on Buffalo? Cheez-Its, indeed. Love me some Marc-Andre Gragnani, but he's not going to turn into a full-time NHLer. Again, they did just pick up Toby Enstrom. That would be a pretty decent one. Mark Mancari. Dan Paille? Dan Paille should be cheap to get and should improve. Andre Benoit would be enough. You know what? I'm good with that, actually. Because we did just sign Andre Benoit. He ended up playing for the Sabres, too, didn't he? We'll see if they take that. That would be nice to get Danny Paille a little bit early. I said mainly looking for dudes that we know eventually kind of turned it around and really turned into something, or just former Bruins players that I really like. And I did like me some Dan Paille. Calgary. Adam Party, Matt Pellick. Chris Chuko. No real steals to speak of here. And like Chuck Kobasu's there, but he's not going to be, super cheap or anything. Carolina. Also not much here. Ooh, Andrew Ladd. He's already got 3.5 star potential. They're not going to give him up for cheap. Yeah, I think we can avoid Carolina. Chicago. Again, anybody that's a bit underrated now that we know will turn into something. Hjalmarsson could be cheaper. I don't think they want to move him. Doesn't look like they wanted to move him. Brian Bickle. Jake Dowell. Ryan Garlock. Brower. Yeah, I don't think we're getting anybody there. I know that Columbus coming up had Adam McQuaid. And Johnny Boychuk is definitely somebody that I want. That would also take Andre Benoit, Dan Girard. Ooh, Ben Walter. That's easy. Easy. Finalized trade. We'll hope that goes through. And it does. All right, so we give up Ben Walter, who, again, was more of an AHLer. And we get Johnny Boychuk, who's not going to be anything too crazy out of the gates, but that is not a bad price to bring in Johnny Boychuk a bit early. Wojciech Wolski. All right. Hey, a Dan Highnote. Imagine that. Columbus. I would like to acquire Adam McQuaid. They do not want to trade Adam McQuaid. Bastards. I don't blame them for not wanting to trade Adam McQuaid. Very good player. God, getting Rick Nash would be sick. I can imagine it's expensive as hell. Yeah, no. At least at first glance, there's nothing they want to make that happen. So I'm still trying to think if I want to pull the trigger on getting Mark Savard early. I guess it'll depend on, again, who else we might want to get. Not really seeing anybody there that fits with the theme of what I'm looking for. Detroit. Yeah, same thing. Like Abdelkader, he's 2.5. What about Edmonton? Not really seeing much on Edmonton either. I mean, that's just a general statement about that Oilers team. And they went to the goddamn Cup final, which still is so weird. Oh, the Florida Panthers prior to... Oh, there's Gregory Campbell. There we go. You know you need the son of Colin Campbell on your team. You're going to be good to go. That would also take Vasily Kacheshkin. Fuck. Huh. Mark Savard or Gregory Campbell? Boy, I wonder who we should go after. The answer is Gregory Campbell for the favoritism. What would Nathan Horton cost us? Bergeron or Thornton. Yep, that's not happening. Oh, let's be honest. Trading Joe Thornton for Nathan Horton would have been a hell of a lot better than what the Bruins actually did. I haven't gotten to the Rangers yet, but I will check Yager when we get there. Again, former Bruins. Or anybody that appears to be underrated. We could get George Peros for the favoritism. Let's see. Ooh, Anton Khudobin? What it cost to get Khudobin? Andre Benoit. We already have a trade offer out for Benoit, so... it'd be nice, but... Anybody else here? Clayton Stoner. Getting Brian Ralston back would be nice, but I'm sure he's expensive as hell. Yeah, Andre Benoit again. I'd rather go for Savard, younger. Let's see. Montreal. Some scrub named Carey Price. Ryan O'Byrne. Kyle Chipchura. Guillaume Latendresse. Great player whose career was just destroyed by head injuries. Oh my God. Mark Streit as well. 8th defender right now on the Habs. Honestly, that would be a player at 27. We know he's going to get better. Kacheshkin. That'd probably be worth it. We know Streit turns into a really good defender. What's the cost for Michael Ryder? Vasily Kacheshkin's in high demand. But again, Savard or Michael Ryder? Tough to say. Nashville. Cody Franzen? Nah, they don't want to deal him. Smart. Very smart. Radulov's 3.5 star. Couldn't really steal him. The Devils. You got to support the team. PL3. Pierre-Luc Leterno Leblanc. Davey Clarkman. Ooh, Clarkson could be a nice little steal. He looks undervalued right now. Andre Benoit. Yeah, maybe not. He's in that same category as everybody else and not really in that steal territory. All right, Mike Milbury, how dumb are you going to be? Petrino Kalainen. Yeah, could we steal away Blake Como for nothing? Nope, he's in that same category as everybody else. Now, this game needs to be worked on because Milbury is not acting very dumb right now. All right, Rangers. Yeah, Mark Stahl, fuck him. Brody DuPont, Riley Armstrong, Hugh Jessamine, the mighty specimen. Ryan Callahan, 3-star potential at this point. I mean, Hannu Toivonen for, Ryan Callahan's not that bad. What is the cost of Jaromir Jagr? They're not doing it. I'm not surprised. I wouldn't do that either. Ottawa's the interesting one because of Chara. Chara's the biggest name there. Chris Kelly would be nice too, though. Kacheckin or Thornton. Kacheshkin's he's the guy in demand. He was on the free agent list for 2 months and you could have signed him. Now you're willing to give up Chris Kelly to do it. What's the cost of Big Z? They're not doing it. So yeah, if we're getting Chara, it's going to have to be, hopefully, him not re-signing with Ottawa. But this could be an alternate timeline where Big Z never comes to Boston. And that's honestly probably a worse timeline than Joe Thornton leaving. Can I get Dennis Seidenberg? Not that I need another lefty defenseman, but... Kacheshkin, son of a bitch, man. Can I bring Mike Knuble back to Boston, please? Hey, okay, see, this is looking a bit better. Like, we could even deal like Jeremy Reich, who we just signed. Dave Scatcher, Dan Lacatour. Yeah, Jeremy Reich for Mike Knuble. Done deal. Welcome back to Boston, Mike Knuble. And Philly gets themselves a big grit grinder. Big facey punchy. Punchy facey? Facey punchy. What does Phoenix have going on? Welcome home, Boychuk. I wish I could get McQuaid too, but they don't want to deal him. Oh, you know what? I realized on Calgary I missed Andrew Ference. Thinking of former Bruins defenders that it'd be fun to go back and get. God, getting Blake Wheeler here would be pretty nice. Honestly, saving Mark Reddick from the Coyotes would also be pretty nice. Yes. We can do it, too. Give up, like, Dave Scatchard or Dan Lacatour. Let's give up Lacatour for Mark Recchi. I mean, Recchi's 37, but it's Mark Recchi, man. Done deal. Dan Lacatour for Mark Recchi. We're wheeling. We're dealing. We're making moves. Can I get Andrew Ference? For Dan Girardi. I didn't really even want to sign Girardi anyway. I was hoping somebody else would sign him. I don't remember if I offered Girardi in a different deal. I'll do it, though. Here, you can have Dan Girardi instead. I'll take Andrew Ference back. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Also on the Coyotes, Blake Wheeler. He's probably going to be too expensive. Yeah, they don't want to get rid of him. Smart. Very, very smart. Pittsburgh. Any other steals? I mean, Letang's 4-star potential. They're not going to want to move him. Phoenix has a team. They sure did. It was a better time. If Bissonnette's not that... they don't want to trade Paul Bissonnette. They said, no, thank you. He's ours. That's wild. All right, really nobody to try to steal from them. San Jose. Jason Churchill. Dale Purrington, Matt Karkner. Torrey Mitchell. We know Torrey Mitchell will get better. Can't do it. Devin, well, this is 18-year-old Devin Setaguchi. Like, he's the ultimate steal if they'll trade him. They still want Joe Thornton for him. So it looks like the AI is kind of aware that certain players might be primed for a breakout. I mean, because obviously this was the big Cheater year, but like Setaguchi becomes much better than that too. Yeah, so Pavelski. Boy, could bring in Wayne Primo. How about Marco Sturm? But not for Joe Thornton. We could bring in Marco Sturm for like Franz Nielsen. Or, Hannu Toivonen for Marco Sturm. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. Again, getting rid of Toivonen right now. This is the peak of his value. How mad would I be if I traded Ribeiro to the Bruins for Samsonov? Quite, because Mike Ribeiro is a gigantic scumbag. Both on the ice and off the ice, as it turned out. Can we get Roman Polak for anything? No. What about... I mean, Nikita Nikitin at one point, he kind of stepped up too. They don't really want to move him, or they can't. What about Mike Motto? No, they don't want to trade him. Dennis Weidman? Bergeron, Thornton, Kacheshkin. There's the theme. Barrow faking being injured should have been a clue. Yeah, it turns out, though, he was an even bigger scumbag off the ice than on the ice. Can we get Ryan Reeves? Not worth the price. TJ Oshie can fuck off. Can we get David Backes? No. Bruins legend Lee Stempniak. There's so many random people that ended up being Bruins. It's so weird. Like, they just went through these really strange times of roster turnover. Tampa, anybody? Not looking good. Jay Rosehill, Tim the Toolman Taylor. Toronto, what would it take for me to get Tuukka Rask? We'd have to overpay to do it. How about Justin Pogge? So that Crash doesn't hate me. Morozov. We could get Pogge. We could do it. Certainly won't be for Raycroft, though. But we could bring in Pogge for the memes. Anton Strawman, that's not bad. Thomas Caberlet. What a Leafs team. Mariusz Czerkowski. Vancouver. Luke Bourdon. I don't know if Bourdon will pass away young on this timeline like he did IRL. I presume he will. Ooh, Mason Raymond could be a nice steal. Yeah. Like, trade Alexei Morozov, who's good now, to steal Mason Raymond for later. But then again, Raymond might only end up being as good as Morozov, so it's kind of a tough one. And then Washington. Yeah, Mike Green's already too highly rated. If I could get, like, Chris Bork for nothing, that would be great, but I don't think that's happening. I still remember when Bork made the Bruins, and it's like, oh my god, please be good, please be good. And it's like, he was okay, but... Alright, well, we pulled off some moves. We got Andrew Ferentz for Dan Girardi, Mark Recchi for Dan LaCouture, and Mike Knuble for Jeremy Reich, as well as Johnny Boychuk for Ben Walter. And we could still pull off a trade for probably Mark Savard and Marco Sturm. So again, the deal for Mark Savard, so that we don't have to wait until next offseason, would be the goaltender that we just randomly signed, Vasily Kacheshkin, who never came over to the U.S. 6'6", 220. I need to look up this guy. Vasily Kacheshkin on Elite Prospects. What do we have here? I don't know anything about this guy. Looks like he last played in 2023. 8th round pick of the Lightning in 2002. Maxim Mayorov's his son? Huh. Go, we are in the year of our Lord 2005, post-NHL lockout. Let's see. So, yeah, Kacheshkin never came over. But, I mean, he looked good. I mean, granted, KHL save percentages are different, but if we look back at this time, 935, 924, kind of sucked in 2008. This guy was constantly above a 920 in the K. 611 games and 927 save percentage with 75 shots. Not bad at all. Not bad. The name does sound familiar now that I think about it, but yeah. So, I mean, yeah, if we deal that guy for Mark Savard, right, we can't complain. Let's do it. Let's bring in Mark Savard a year early. Done deal. And then we wanted to go to San Jose and pick up Marco Sturm for Hannu Toivonen before Toivonen drops. Done deal. We are wheeling and dealing. Mark Savard is here. Marco Sturm is here. And we'll probably have Raycroft and Thomas in goal this year. We got Niemi, we got Hiller now in the system. That right side is stacked, by the way. Knubel's going to have to play left. Morozov will probably have to play left, too. Dude, Thornton, Bergeron, Savard down the middle. Holy God. And then, like, Dave Scatchard or Travis Green on the fourth line. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. And there's still a reality in which we could trade Raycroft before he starts to plummet. Strong night for Samsonov. We beat the Devils 7-0 and the Habs 3-2. And Raycroft improves his stamina. And Buffalo has accepted Dan Paille for Andre Benoit. Beautiful. We haven't gotten every former Bruin I wanted, but man, we brought in quite a few of them. Oh, hat trick for Rovi in the preseason. Brad Boy's day-to-day injury. Ben Geetz improving at right wing. Ryan Johnson for Tomas Sorovi. Ottawa offers a 4th-round pick for Brian Leetch. We will reject that. Yeah, there's just no way we're trading Brian Leetch for a 4th. Let's see. Season tickets, 12,000 of our 19,000. Okay. Luxury box, 73 out of 104. So we are, I mean, we're up there for season tickets. 12,000, only Calgary, Colorado, Detroit's at 15,000, Montreal's up there. We're actually probably closer to mid-table. But then again, you have like Phoenix, St. Louis, Islanders, Devils, that are all only in quadruple digits. The Caps as well, and that's with a rookie Ovi. So let's see. Opening night is October 5th. Let's see. Scouting update. What do we have? Again, there's nobody too crazy out there that we're going to want. Franz Nielsen's getting better. Detroit is offering a 3rd-round pick for Alexei Morozov. Honestly, I'm going to take that. I mean, we just signed Morozov, but I'll take the draft pick given that we already have too many people for too many spots, so that's fine. I think it just fetches a free 3rd-round pick, basically. So, not the most realistic playthrough I'm doing here, but damn it, we're having fun. Let's see. Still doing pretty well. Thornton's still our top jersey seller. Recky's top 4. Apparently Robbie Nichols, 41-year-old Robbie Nichols, had the 2nd most popular jersey in the league last month for the Caps. Also, Jean-Guy Trudel. So some people are really getting all aboard the hype train for certain people in the preseason. Ooh, Dan McGillis. He's a lefty, though. Dallas has traded a 3rd-round pick to Philly for Peter Forsberg. The old Forsberg. Peter Forsberg. Brad Boys ahead of schedule. Minor trade there. Ducks offer a 2nd-round pick for Andrew Raycroft. I don't think I can do that for a second. I'm going to have to reject that bad boy. And none of our players are about to be waived. Cool. But we do have to finalize our roster. So, Jordan Sigalet, you are going to Providence. Jonas Hiller, you are going to Providence. Antti Niemi, you are going to Providence. Frank, I tried to get Tuukka. The Leafs don't want to give him up in this timeline. Isn't that brutal? Let's see. Jonathan Girard. I like that auto-qualify feature, by the way, too. Johnny Boychuk to Providence. Let's see. We got Boynton. There's a right-handed shot. Kevin Dahlman. Ian Moran, Milan Yurchina. Honestly, we'll probably just send Kevin Dahlman down. So they're smart. Apparently. And left side, Leach, Gill, and Ferentz. So Andrew Alberts will go down. Mark Stewart. And then Slager. I mean, Slager can be like the 7th defenseman, or maybe it'll play him on the other side, or Ferentz. That's not bad. And then forwards. Blatny goes down. Eric Healy goes down. Nate Thompson. David Krejci's not ready for prime time. Franz Nielsen isn't ready. Ben Geet isn't ready. Jamnoff is still out for a month or two, which is pretty rough. I think he's still listed as injured. Sean McEachern, he's not ready. Colton Orr's close. Pat Leahy's close. There's a bunch of dudes that are kind of close, but yeah, who's going to make this team? We made additions just kind of wheeling and dealing. Knight, what's going on? How the heck are you? Nathan Robinson's not going to make it. I don't think Tom Fitzgerald's going to make it either. Nor is Pat Leahy. We'll see if Colton Orr makes it. But probably not. Yeah, I don't think he will. Centers, honestly, Jamnoff, just send him down. He's cooked anyway. Oh, those are the 2 extra forwards. Right? Green and Paille. Got the extra defenseman and Slager. That works. And then we just leave it up to the coach to say, hey, you figure it out from there. That's your job. Ducks are again offering a 2nd-round pick for Raycroft. That's not enough. And the season opener is tomorrow against Montreal. Andrew Murray for Koroliuk. Dallas offers a 3rd-rounder for goalie Antti Niemi. I'm going to say no to that. We know Niemi's going to get better. Season preview. Early Stanley Cup favorites appear to be Boston. Imagine. Expect challenges from Detroit and Ottawa. New Jersey is a possible challenger. Scoring race likely to be down to Yager, Ovechkin, and Kovalchuk. We need the Petes, but in this game, no, we don't. Top defensemen, Lidstrom, Pronger, and Chara. Top goalies, Brodeur, Luongo, and Kiprasov. Fair. Again, it's interesting knowing hindsight and knowing when certain players are going to drop, you know? Brad Boy says game on. Nick Tarnasky for Vandenbush. Sturm and Scatcherd want to change certain numbers. Savard would like to change his number to 91. Sure. I don't care. Opening night against Montreal. Oh, too many players on active roster? You're kidding me. How many are we allowed to have? I guess I'm going to have to send down a forward. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 20. Ah, yeah, it is too many. I miscounted. Oh, because Jason McDonald is randomly on the roster. What the fuck? Yeah, the assistant is set to take care of jerseys, but they still asked me about it. Who the fuck is Jason McDonald? Where the hell did you come from? Hey, there we go. All right, so the coach, Mr. Sullivan, is running with Samsonov, Thornton, Murray, Sturm, Bergeron, Knubel, Axelson, Savard, Boys, Paille, Scatcherd, Recchi, defense of Ferentz and Gill, Leach and Boynton, Slager and Urchina. Goalies, Raycroft and Thomas. That's not bad. That's not bad. We'll kind of see how they do. Montreal's running Higgins, Ribeiro, Ryder, Danye, Ordanye, Koivu and Zednik, Bulish, Bejam, Paris Hogan, Ivanins, Plekanix, and Sundstrom, Markstrom, Surrey, Sturbach, Dandino, Streit, and Komisarek, Huey, and Theodore. The goalies. How's game 1 of the season gonna go? It is a big 5-2 victory for the boys. 4-point night for Jumbo. 2 points for Recchi, 2 points for Leach. And the boy, man, look at the penalties. Mike Ribeiro got in a fight with Nick Boynton, who got a misconduct. They both did. Hell yeah. Yuri Slager fought Mike Komisarek, and Nick Boynton then fought Mike Komisarek. So both Boynton and Komisarek each got into 2 fights in that game. Hell yeah. And Radek Bonk was immediately put onto waivers. I don't see him, but I do see Mikhail Telkvist from Toronto. I don't see Bonk. But Telkvist is an interesting one just for goalie depth. We will put in a claim on Telkvist. And there is Bonk at a 2. I figured he'd be higher than that. There's quite a few guys at 2 stars. Lassard, Petrovici, Andrew Castles, Brian Marchment. R.I.P. to Brian Marchment, too, right? Yeah, that was really shitty, right? That happened, like, during the draft. Well, like 3, almost 4 years ago? Too many of those players. Ooh, Martin Lapointe, former Bruin. All right, Reinhard Divis, goaltender, also on waivers, and as is Mark Denis. I can't guarantee we'll get him, but let's put in a claim for Mark Denis. Why not? Just rebuild up goalies. Holy shit, the news. Teemu Selanne hit 500 assists. Philadelphia goalie Robert Esch set a new NHL single-game record with 55 saves. Pronger set an NHL game record for shots, so I'm guessing those didn't carry over. Yeah, that makes sense. Columbus, Ben Simon for Brian Leach. Fuck off. Nothing there. Jeremy Jacobs, re-signed star player. I mean, I plan on it. Telkvist went to St. Louis instead. Makes sense. Makes sense. Oh my god. Dressing room shenanigans may cost Dallas players. We did manage to get Mark Denis on waivers. And a bunch of like records are being set because I guess they didn't carry over. I could have sworn it loaded up the records with it, but so Mark Denis is not bad, but I really don't want to lose Tim Thomas. I'm also not able to shop Mark Denis, but we'll claim him. He has a no movement clause? How was he on waivers before then? Excuse me? Did you agree to waive it so you could... Oh my god, I had no idea he had a no movement clause. That's insane. What? Am I just stuck with Mark Denis now? Fuck. I mean, I'm not sending down Tim Thomas. I ain't losing him. No, we're not putting Tim Thomas on waivers. I'll buy out Mark Denis if I have to. He has a no movement clause for you. It's only possible to... Fuck! I'm stuck. Did you claim him? Yes. Players get claimed get a temp no movement clause. Since when? What is this utter woke nonsense? Fuck. Alright, I'll send Dan Paille down to Providence for now, then. Fuck. And now he's starting over Raycroft. You can turn that off in manager options. Interesting. You said temporary. How long does that last? Since 2010. It's 2005. The word woke hasn't been invented yet. And it's a damn shame. Sean Burke is on waivers. Well, now I'm horrified to claim anybody on waivers. Also, manager options. Players now need to be 2.5 stars before you bother me. No idea. I always turn that off. That's fair. I mean, I'll deal with it for now. I mean, I just didn't know that existed. So, you know, now it's nice to know that we got to be a little bit careful with who we might try to claim. So. Oh, let's see. Records. Glenn Murray within sight of returning. Glenn Murray chomping at the bit. Media praise Murray after the win. Cool. We're 3-3 so far. Nothing too crazy. Your Ross fight got dropped. Knight Vassy deserves so much credit. Not the tactics doesn't either. I deserve basically no credit. Vassy's still an absolute machine. TJ Hensick for Yuri Slager. It's not bad to get something for Yuri Slager. We probably have to flip Hensick immediately. But you know what? We'll do that. We'll do that. Thank you, Colorado. And let's immediately say that we're taking offers for TJ Hensick. Because he never really became that like full-time NHLer. And that would allow us to call Kevin Dahlman back up. And we'll see what happens. Red Wings offer us a trade. Brian Leetch for a 4th. That's all Brian Leetch is worth, is a 4th rounder. Disgusting. Following the loss against Pittsburgh, the media were very critical of Marc Savard. Defend him. Vigorously. Don't you shit on Marc Savard. I mean, the man apparently, based on how the Toronto Maple Leafs played this season, the man apparently can't run a goddamn power play. But don't you hate on Marc Savard. I won't stand for it. Let's see. General consensus following the loss was a strong play of Glenn Murray was undermined by his performance of his teammates. Bland platitudes, please. We love bland platitudes that don't blame anybody. We're not exactly off to a flying start through our first 13 games, though. I'll say that. See, Nick Lidstrom has re-signed with Detroit for a 2-year deal. He's 35. Detroit's also acquired J.P. Dumont from Buffalo for a 2nd rounder. Okay. Scouting update. Obviously, I'm looking forward more to like the amateur scouting. We are almost to the beginning of a new month. Thornton's still our most popular player. He is not the most popular player in the league now by jersey sales. That is Nick Lidstrom. Top players of the opening month, Jaromir Jagr and Roberto Luongo. As Jagr has 24 points in 13 games, he is on pace for 151 points and a full goal per game pace. That is absolutely absurd. Absolutely absurd. So Yuri Hudler got suspended for 7 games. Jesus, how'd you pull that off? Owner confidence, satisfied with the team performance. Okay, we lost 8-2 to the Islanders. I don't know if you should be satisfied with the team performance. Coach report on new players. Players are adjusting. I mean, Mike Sullivan's our coach, right? It really shouldn't be an issue of, like, having to fire our coach. But, man, we do have a weakness on that right defensive side of things. So... Glenn Murray is injured. That's not my problem. Fix the lineup. It's not my job. Let's see. Bergeron is healthy. Colton Orr improves at left wing. Okay. We beat Toronto 4-0. How badly is Glenn Murray hurt? 1 to 2 weeks? To the injury list. Can I send Mark Denis down now? Nope. He's going nowhere. Good thing he's not that expensive. God damn. Ba 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 ba. Temporary no movement clause on waivers. There, that is. Hidden trade factors. Trading difficulty. I forgot to bump up trading difficulty from normal. Whoops. Oh, well. No big deal. No big deal. I don't really think we've done any, like, highway robberies necessarily. All right. What do we got? Washington offers a 6th rounder for TJ Hensick. Jesus, no thank you. Media says, boys, bland platitudes, please. Thank you. Travis Green improves at right wing. We just lost 10-2 to the Leafs, by the way. Not ideal. Yet we find ourselves first in the Northeast Division. Okay. Glenn Murray chomping at the bit. Well, the coach should put him back in. That is not my decision. Damn it. That is not my decision. Let's get back to December 1st. Top selling jerseys, Joe Thornton. Mario Lemieux's #1 in the league. Thornton's 2nd, though. Top players of the month, Mike Modano and Kari Lehtinen. See, our lines lately, Sturm, Thornton, Boys, Samsonov, Bergeron, Knubel, Isbister, Scatchard, Recchi, Axelson, Savard, and Green. With Ferentz, Gill, Leach, Boynton, Dahlman, and Urchina on defense. Jesus. Oh, where is Zdeno Chara? That is who we need. Let's see. Trade. Shopping. Don't really want to shop anybody. But team needs. Let's be honest. We don't really care about age. We do kind of care about ability, though. Potential doesn't really matter as much. Expiry status doesn't really matter. Cap hit doesn't really matter. I just desperately need a right defenseman. There's not even that many to get, if we're being honest. God damn. Andre Mazzaros, Shea Weber-Boy, Dion Phaneuf, Cronwall, Sergei Gonchar. See, Cronwall is the cheapest, but he also, no, never, well, that was Lidstrom that got the deal. I wonder if we could get Cronwall. Adam Foote. Well, if those are the players, best potential trading partners, teams of potential interest in your trading block. Well, if we are looking here, Shea Weber's just not going to be able to be picked up. There's no way. He's going to be too expensive. Newman's old as hell. Sheldon Surrey's on Montreal. Jovanovski. Boyle. Boyle wouldn't be too bad. What would the cost be? What would the cost be for Dan Boyle? Joe Thornton. Jesus Christ. Yeah, maybe we will have to try for Cronwall. Bergeron or Thornton. Okay, that's not happening. What about old man Adam Foote? All right, Adam Foote's possible. Probably be Dave Scatchard going the other way. But we could get Adam Foote. What about Jovanovski? Yeah, Ray Croft, but then we kind of have Mark Denis and Tim Thomas as a goalie. That's a bit scary. Patrice Barizois. Tampa's a bit older. Corvo. Yeah, Joe Corvo played for the Bruins for a good amount of time. Bergeron and Thornton. Fuck off. Lubo at 29. So many of these guys are so expensive. What about Philippe Boucher? All right, Boucher is not too bad. Right now it's Boucher or Foote. Newman's old as hell. What about Brian Rafalski? Nope. Jason Smith. All right, Jason Smith's in the mix there too. Adam Foote. Compare with recently visited. Hold on. So we like the looks of Adam Foote. It was Philippe Boucher that was next up, right? And then Jason Smith. All right, Jason Smith. Compare with recently visited Adam Foote. So obviously Foote's older. A lot more popular of a player. Both can play either side, although Smith's a bit better at playing the left. Offensively, Foote's better. Defensively, it's pretty close. Physical, also pretty close. Yeah, either way, it's fine. Is Kessel drafted at this point? He was in the upcoming draft. So the 2006 draft was a very interesting one for the Bruins. Ronaldo, what's going on? I like Stephen King. His books are fine. Yeah, I like some of the movie adaptations, but I'm not like this diehard Stephen King fan. So yeah, the 2006 draft was super interesting for Boston. Here's why. Phil Kessel, 5th overall. And then that offseason, again, they brought in both Chara and Savard. It was nuts. Francois Bouchard went to Washington. They also got Yuri Alexandrov. It didn't do anything for them. Milan Lucic in the 2nd round. Brad Marchand in the 3rd round. Just an all-timer of a draft for the Bruins. They also got Andrew Bodnarchuk, Levi Nelson. Like, this draft was insane for them. The man who led that draft for them was Jeff Gorton, who is currently in Montreal's front office, but previously the GM of the New York Rangers. Gorton was the interim GM after Mike O'Connell, who we're controlling in this timeline, was fired on March 25th. So, here's what Jeff Gorton did, and this is insane, right? Started working for the Bruins in 92, AGM for 7 seasons, interim general manager, March of 06 to July of 06. In his time as GM, he ran the 06 draft with Kessel, Lucic, and Marchand. At the same time, he's the one that traded Rask for Raycroft, or vice versa, which is nuts. And then July 1st, he signs Zdeno Chara and Mark Savard. He did all that in 4 months. And then they said, no, you're not going to be the GM. Peter Chiarelli is going to be the GM. And then a year later, they fired him and scout Daniel Doré, and he went to the Rangers immediately. Imagine doing all of this in less than 4 months and you're not made the primary GM? Blows my mind to this day. So, you know, when people talk about, like, man, certain GMs, you know, they really just inherited teams, and how much credit do they deserve? You know, like Ken Holland always gets that for what's going on with Detroit. Peter Chiarelli, I'm not saying he didn't make any moves, but look at what he inherited just in a 4-month tenure, let alone everything else that happened, or that the team already had, because they already had Bergeron, they already had Krejci. Again, they won in 2011, but like, how much credit does Peter Chiarelli deserve? Probably not as much as Jeff Gorton. It's insane to me that Gorton wasn't hired. It's also insane to me that the Bruins fired Mike O'Connell less than 6 months after pulling the trigger on the fucking Joe Thornton trade, right? Again, he was vice president and named GM in 2002, fired in March of 2006 after trading Joe Thornton again in late 2005. So, like, the fact that they botched the Joe Thornton trade so badly, had a GM who did so well in the aftermath in 4 months, and then said, yeah, never mind, fuck you. But O'Connell also did, you know, he was leading the helm when they drafted Bergeron and Krejci, so. Yeah. And he has 2 Stanley Cups with the LA Kings, so he did fine. It was a weird time for the Bruins, that's all I'm saying. It was a weird time. Drury replaced Gorton, didn't he? Or there might have been an interim in between. All right. We also wanted to compare Jason Smith with Philippe Boucher. All these guys are about the same. Smith is probably a little bit better than Boucher. Defenseman versus a two-way. All right. So, I mean, like, Smith, Foot, like, either way. We could look elsewhere already, but then we'd be getting up there in terms of cap space. Is Surrey an option? I'm going to check, but I want to see what the price is going to be for some of these guys lower down. So, like, Adam Foote, for example. All right, that's right. That was doable. I forgot about that. If we were to aim high, like Sergei Gonchar, yeah, it's not happening. Sergei Zubov is 35. Blake is old. Jovo was too much. I think Lubo was too much as well. Surrey, I imagine, is too much. Ray Croft for Sheldon Surrey. I mean, again, Surrey was still good, but trading Ray Croft without knowing that, like, Tuukka's on the way back. Didn't Surrey date Kelly Kelly? I think they were married. Damn, Boyle. What about Dion Phaneuf? What's the price for Dion? Nothing. What about Brent Seabrook? No. Cronwall, we know wasn't going to happen. I mean, it might just have to be Adam Foote on a rental. What about Derek Morris? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like Dave Scatchard for Adam Foote. At least it, you know, at least it's something for now. It's something. It's not great, but we got to do what we got to do to at least improve that right side immediately. So, yeah, Dave Scatchard for Adam Foote. That's a done deal. That gets Travis Green more into the lineup consistently. Can I send down Mark Denis now? Nope. We'll send down Dahlman. Send down Dahlman. And then forwards. And now's a good time to... Oh, Jamnoff is cooked. Never mind. Oh, damn Paille. Actually, you know what? Let's send Dan Paille back down, because I think he can still improve. Let's call up Colton Orr. And we'll see what we're running. So Ferentz and Foote, Leach and Gill, Yochina and Boynton. Okay. Samsonov, Thornton, Boys, Sturm, Bergeron, Knubel, Isbister, Savard, Recchi, Axelson, Green, and now Colton Orr in there as an agitator. Okay, we got a bit more physical. Glenn Murray to the active roster. Works for me. Works for me. Yeah, definitely trying to find the right trade for Raycroft, since we know he's going to fall apart. Like, he's going to fall apart. We know this. We have it set up so that it mimics real life. Colorado wants to make a trade shopping AJ Baines. I don't think I've ever heard of AJ Baines in my life. I don't know who that is. Normal streaming time. It's actually a great time for me, but I'm not on Twitch. Well, there you go. That's what the YouTube stream is for, damn it. Have we shopped Raycroft? Not directly. I figured we'd wait to see how the season was going, which, I mean, we are pretty mid. But maybe that way, if it's for a draft pick, we can do okay, you know? Let's see. What do we got? Steve Sullivan in the 7th for Teppo Newman and Sean McMorrow. Damn. Let's see. Since we've been simming for a bit. Oh, Rick Nash got suspended for 3 games at some point. 2nd round pick for Danny Briere. So Danny Briere's off to the Devils. Chara played 32 minutes in a game. Let's see. Canada beat Finland. So the World Juniors have been going on, including Switzerland beating the United States. Brian Berard traded to Ottawa for a 1st-round pick. Damn. Okay. Let's see. Player poll is released. The top skater, Teemu Selanne. Hardest shot, Sheldon Surrey. Pete Vandermeer, the toughest. Fastest, Selanne. Best role model, Yzerman. Cleanest player, Brian Campbell. Most controversial, Alexei Semyonov. Most overrated, Alexei Yashin. Underrated, Jared Smithson. The smartest, Dan Lacouture. Toughest goalie to beat, Dominic Hasek. And the goal, or the coach you'd most like to play for, Joel Quenneville of Colorado. You know, before he didn't do anything. All right, January 1st, 2006. Happy New Year, everybody. Let's see. Thornton still our most popular player and the 2nd most popular player in the league. Players of the month, Joe Sakic and Roberto Luongo. Right. We are currently 12th in the Eastern Conference. Not great. Dead last in the Northeast Division on 36 points. Not ideal. See what's going on in the World Juniors. Still in the group stage. Okay. Still in the group stage. How are we doing from a stats perspective? I should have just been on our team page instead. Camilleri's got 34 goals. Joe Sakic leads the league with 64 points. But how are we doing? Goaltenders. Goalie stats. Let's see. Identical 3-2-3 goals against averages. Raycroft's goals saved above expect. Oh my God, or at least above average. Is a negative 12.6. He has an .886 save percentage. Denis has an .890. Yeah, if we're trading Andrew Raycroft, it needs to happen soon. Because he's starting to crater. He is starting to crater. Defensively. Let's see. We got 22 points for Leach, 17 for Foot, 16 for Ferentz, 14 for Boynton. If we look at defensive stats, obviously we got a pretty physical team, but already 112 shots blocked for Hal Gill. It's not that bad. And obviously, you know, you got your Corsies, you got your Fenwicks, you got your PDOs. What's going on with the offense, though? See, point per game for Thornton. Samsonov on 33 points. Bergeron on 30. Not too bad. Not too bad. Mike Knuebel's kind of struggled a bit. Stats offensively. What about advanced? What was an advanced 2? Star points. It hasn't been good. Yeah, I'm guessing close to the deadline, we're going to, at this rate, be looking to make some moves. The deadline is March 9th. Like, the good thing is some of the players we brought in, we didn't really give up too much to get them. So, try to keep it balanced between finding immediate roster help and improving the long-term outlook. Oh, if by that, Mr. Jacobs, you mean blow it up. Don't worry, buddy. I got you covered. Shout out to Mike. Welcome to that old rookie tier. Thank you very much for that. Appreciate it. Well, Slovakia beating Finland a shock, I should say. And, yes. Like, obviously not, like, the most improbable or impossible upset. But, you know, I would say you could view it as a bit of an upset, right? Here, for example, right? Like, obviously, this will be easier, won't it? Like, if you look at that Slovakia roster, right? Like, it's not the craziest, to say the least, right? Like, a lot of guys that are playing over in Europe. You got guys like Solaric, who's had NHL experience, but, you know, it's like, when your notable NHLers right now are like a very young Dalibor Dvorsky, Pospisil, Regenda, like, the best forward on that team, I mean, is Slavkovsky, at least at the moment. I mean, best career so far is Tatar, but he's also, what, mid-30s at this point? How old is Tomas Tatar? He is 35, so there you go. And, like, defensively, again, like, you know, Marty Marincin, a lot of NHL time, but it's Chernak, Fehervari, and Nemitz. It's not bad. But then the goaltenders, Gajan, Lafage, and Skorvanek, like, yeah, like, this team beating Finland is an upset. Again, it's not going to go down as, like, the biggest upset in the history of, you know, in the history of the damn, you know, Olympics, but, like, even just at a base level, like, look at who's on that Finnish roster. I mean, come on. Finland shouldn't be losing that game. I am very disappointed that they did. And yeah, Italy looked good. Italy did look good for a brief amount of time. That would have been an all-time upset. That would have been, again, like, that would have been, you know, like, Latvia putting the fear of God into Canada in 2014 levels. David Steckel for Antti Niemi. I'm going to say no to that because we know Niemi will still get better. Got more World Junior games happening. A lot of World Junior games happening. Yeah, I think we are lining up. For Bit of a demolition at the deadline. Let's see, Avs want TJ Hensick for a 5th. So basically it would be Yuri Slager for a 5th rounder by the end of it, and honestly, we'll take that deal. Just because Hensick's not going to be much. It's close until Clara. Yeah, Damien Clara is a Ducks prospect, and he was having a hell of a game, man. He was having a hell of a game. It's a shame about the injury. I'd be surprised if they still hung on to win that, but... Let's see, Brad Stewart for Nick Hagman. Okay. So we are closing in on February 1st. Here we go. Top players last month, Teemu Selanne and Alex Auld. Joe Thornton is still arguably the most popular player in the league, which is nuts. So we are a month out from the deadline. A little bit over a month out from the deadline. Barrett Jackman got suspended. Datsuk has re-signed with Detroit. I still got Colton Orr on roster. Defense is what it is. I still can't send Mark Denis down. Temporary no movement clause, my ass. I was going to leave it, but that's not exactly temporary. Holy shit. Also, I am going to put the trade difficulty on much, much harder just because I hate myself. And temporary no movement. We can disable that because I just got to put him through waivers again anyway. So I don't even know if I want to send Mark Denis down, but I want to at least be able to shop him or put him on the block, you know? Shots were 108 to 4 in a high school game in New Jersey a couple weeks. Is that good? Is that dominant? FHM and OTPAI trade logic is fairly well done. Yeah, I mean, there's always going to be. Oh, Mobsky, look at you. Look at you. Thank you for that, then. Appreciate you. Yeah, I mean, like, bottom line is when it comes to trades, you know, Emilio Uccini has been evaluated for a separated shoulder. However, doctors report a treatment can be delayed until season's over. Uccini is willing to consider this. Delay treatment? Sure. That's a nice option. Blues want Niemi for Troy Riddle. No. Yeah, with trade engines in these games, like, there's always going to be moves that happen that you can find complaints with. And the fact of the matter is, too, right, like, you talk about, you know, like, you talk about, like, oh, what's a realistic trade and what isn't. Jeremy Jacobs, acquire a good prospect from the team. I'll try. Also, the Olympics are going on? Fuck, that's right, 06, yeah, fucking, Torino, right? We still got to double check what happened in the World Juniors. Fuck tournament, World Juniors. World Juniors look to have been won by Canada. Beating Russia in the final, U.S. took the bronze over Latvia. So Canada won the 2006 World Juniors. Oh, I was going to say, in regards to, like, trade systems, too, like, it's one of those things. Canada did win in real life, too. Only difference was the U.S. getting bronze. Did Latvia get 4th? No, the U.S. won it. Oh, as in Latvia got 4th. I thought you said 3rd. My bad. Like, the idea of, like, franchise modes, right? Like, oh my god, realistic trades. Like, dude, I remember, I'm pretty sure we did a challenge where I was Vegas and I traded for, like, Max Pacioretty, and people were like, that's so unrealistic. Look at what happened, right? So it's just, it's always going to be tough for these games to properly replicate everything, right? Like, you're always going to be able to find something unrealistic or that would never happen in games with trades. All right, so Canada should be dog water at these Olympics, by the way. Because in real life, they really fucking were. Yeah, we'll have to take a look at these Olympic rosters in a second. Roberto Luongo gets an extension in Florida for 8 years. No Vancouver for you. Pittsburgh and Montreal. It's a third rounder for Ryan Johnson. Stefan Robidoff for Martin Jelena. Sean Hill for Patrick Rice-Miller. All right, what are those Olympic rosters? So this is Canada. Holy shit. Did they bring Crosby? Much like in real life, they didn't bring Sidney Crosby to the Olympics in 06. Bergeron made it, though. Let's take a look here. If I go World and I go Olympics, Canada. Yeah, it's not going to let me scroll down like I want to. Yeah, that is the Canada roster. What about the Czechs? Led by Yager, Vokun, Hammerlich, Elias, Straka, Sakura, Hayduk. Not bad. What's a realistic trade? Because in 2020, I think Cleveland moving Shane Bieber was... Yeah, right? I wish I could look at the lines. Oh, I can. No, I can only look at Montreal. Hold on. Olympics? Olympic Games. Yeah, I can't look at the lines. Germany has Oli Kolzig, Marcel Gottsch, Marco Sturm, Jochen Hecht, Sven Butenschan, Christian Ehrhoff, Dennis Seidenberg. Really drops down from there for Germany. Let's see. What about Finland? 2006 Olympic roster. Salane, Kiprasov, Olli Jokinen, Yuri Lettinen, Depo Numanen. Vesa Toskala's made it. Jussi Jokinen. Tony Ludman. Jani Niinima. Sami Kapanen. And a 22-year-old Mikko Koivu. Oops. What else do they got? Switzerland must be eliminated already because they don't even have a roster. Yeah, Italy's got nothing either. The U.S. Mike Modano, Brian Gianna, Brian Berard, Matthew Schneider got hurt. Doug Waite, Scott Gomez, Chris Drury. Drops from there. Mike Knuble made it. Olympian Mike Knuble? You better have good trade value at the deadline. Schweden, Lidstrom, Zetterberg, Sundin, Lundqvist, Naslund, Nylander, Olin, Steen, Cronwall. I see Daniel Sedin, but not Henrik. Forsberg, the old Forsby, has made it. Russia. Datsuk, Nabokov, Zubov, Kovalchuk, Hobby Bulin, Briskolov, Samsonov, Kovalev. Jesus. Boy, imagine if Vladimir Putin wasn't such a fuck that we still got to see the Russians at the Olympics. Yeah, you're right. Ovi didn't make it. No Ovi. Latvia's already out. Kazakhstan's already out. Slovakia has Chara, Hossa, Vishnevsky, Shatan, Dimitra, Stumpel, Gaborik, Mazaros, Hanzus. We'll see who ends up winning the Olympics, given that Canada won gold at the World Juniors. Sharks offer a 5th rounder for Andrew Raycroft. Holy shit, is he worth that little already? Chris Gratton for Philippe Boucher. Imagine if he's actually worth that little already. That would be absolutely brutal. Absolutely brutal. Oh, give me something. I want to listen to Spotify. I guess I'll take this. Kyle Calder for a 3rd. Sweden has won gold at the Olympics. led by Henrik Zetterberg. Nick Lidstrom. Joe Thornton did okay for Canada. But Sweden beats the U.S. in the gold medal game 3-2. Zetterberg wins top forward, Lidstrom top defenseman, and Martin Brodeur best goaltender. Lidstrom was the overall MVP. Yeah, Detroit wins gold. It looks like Canada beat the Czech Republic for the bronze. So Canada and Sweden. 2006 men's Olympic hockey. And would you believe it? Sweden was the team to win. So it perfectly replicated the gold medalists in each tournament. But yeah, 06 was the year the U.S. and Canada both missed out on anything. Canada had such an old fucking team. It was crazy. They went 3-0-2 in the group stage. The U.S. went 1-1-3. And then tournament-wise, Finland knocked out the U.S. and Russia knocked out Canada in the first round. What a time. Niittymaki winning MVP IRL seems great, doesn't it? But I mean, again, like that was Finland making it to the final. I mean, Solani had 11 points. Niittymaki had a 951 with 3 shutouts in 8 games. Seems crazy, but that had to have been the best hockey of his career. Holy shit. The first team was Koivu, Solane, Ovechkin, Timonen, Lidstrom, and Niittymaki. Wow. Kenny Jonsson voted best defenseman, apparently, at least by the directorates. Damn. Fair enough, right? God damn. All right, and we have hit March, I do believe. Indeed, we have. Anaheim and Solane have an extension. All right. So the deadline is nearly here, and we are about ready to tear this team down, I think. We're looking pretty mid. Colton Orr is now a left wing. Kiprusoff signs an extension in Calgary. And Christian Ehrhoff's, wow, 1-for-1 with Brad Richards. Tampa has traded Brad Richards. Damn. Let's see, Dallas Drake traded to New Jersey for a first-rounder. Red Wings offer us a 5th-rounder for Raycroft. Dude, if that's all Raycroft is worth now, I'm screwed. But if Dallas Drake is going for a first-rounder, then what the hell are we even doing here? So if I were to shop Andrew Raycroft, literally any player, it's fine. Josef Vasicek, Michael Ryan, Fernando Pisani, Luke Robitaille, Pete Vandermeer, Freddie Meyer, Mike Johnson, Matt Walker, Daryl Sador, or Kevin Bieksa. That's it. That's all we're getting. Now, is that because of the trade difficulty, or is that just outright what he's worth? If I put that back on normal, what would we then get if we shopped him a second time? I just want to see if that's like, oh, it's the difficulty. Let's see, Commodore and a 7. No, that's pretty much what he's worth. Ty Conklin, Aaron Miller, Luke Robitaille, Richard Zednick. Yeah, he's pretty much not worth anything. The best deal we could do is Raycroft for Kevin Bieksa. Fuck. I mean, if we don't trade him now, too, we know he's going to drop off. Fuck, man, he's not worth anything. Come on. Yeah, I mean, the next year. So this was the actual season. The next year, he's still down. He just never really recovers as a starter. And we couldn't deal him to Toronto. Because we're not going to be able to do Rask this time because of hindsight for the Leafs. I mean, Raycroft's got to go. We know this. We know this. Andrew Raycroft for Kevin Bieksa, huh? Well, that'll make the 2011 Cup final a bit more interesting. Gotta be honest. Does he come back and work for Nesson? I hope he does. I actually like Raycroft for Nesson quite a bit. I would not be surprised if they're setting him up to be Andy Brickley's replacement. It kind of sucked to see Brick go, but... Well, we don't have much of a choice. We're going to flip Andrew Raycroft now. Get out from underneath that contract. We're going to send him to the Canucks for Kevin Bieksa, which is kind of nuts. But that's where we're at. That is horrifying that that's all we could get for him. Columbus wants Mark Denis for Peter Sarno. Fuck off. Boganecki for Krachasek. Keith Primo. Darcy Tucker on the block. Martin Brodeur is staying in New Jersey. Matt Sundin is staying in Toronto. Well, I guess I'd rather have Kevin Bieksa than a 5th rounder, right? So... Okay, well, what else can we do? I mean, trade Mark Denis. Run with Tim Thomas and somebody else. And Adam Foote we picked up to try to go for it. Again, this team is 33, 25, and 2. Like, we're in a playoff spot, but by a fair amount. I mean, I guess really we could have kept Raycroft, but he's already playing like complete garbage anyway. Maybe we don't have to tear it down that badly. Let's see, who's on an expiring deal? Recchi is. Boys, but he's younger. Savard, but he's younger. It's like Travis Green. Picks for playoff depth, yeah. If there's like the right move for like a Mark Recchi, maybe it's worth it. Aaron Gavi, 7th rounder. 7th rounder. Luke Robitaille, who's even older than he is. Yeah, we're not getting anything from Mark Recchi, so we might as well keep him. Get Brett Hull's drunk ass. Okay, well, nothing's happening there. And we do have a pretty old team. Just keep Travis Green for the hell of it. I think we'll just run with Mark Denis and Tim Thomas in goal then. They can't do any worse than what Raycroft was doing. And Denis is not really worth much, I presume. This is still showing me the Recchi offers. Weird. It's not looking good. Maybe we do try to add. Just go for it. Jonathan Cheechoo was just traded for a 3rd round pick. Why the hell didn't I know that was an option? I would have done that. That's nuts. All right. Transactions, not what I wanted. NHL. Actually, transactions is what I want. Trade needs shopping offer. I forget where I can see other teams' trade blocks. Info. Filter. Yeah, I don't know where the hell I can see another team's trade block. Watch list, short list. Realistic targets, transfer eligible. Don't remember where to find that, to be honest. And obviously the trade block screen is right there. There we go. Okay, it is the same one then. Never mind. All right, so the Ducks aren't trying to move anybody. Nor is Atlanta. Jeff Gilson. Jesus Christ. Matt Barnaby is on the block. What would it cost to get Matt Barnaby? Andrew Ferentz, Hal Gill, PJ Axelson, Brad Boys. You're out of your mind. You are out of your mind. Would you believe the AI is not really looking to move anybody? Yeryomenko was voted like the most, controversial player in the league. So no thanks. Matthew Darsh. 2.5 star Matt Darsh. Bergeron or Thornton. If we were to do draft picks instead, what about like a 4th rounder? Not interesting. No basis for negotiations. All right. Anybody else? All right, Philly's trying to move some people. Eric Desjardins. A bit older, but... How about like a 4th rounder? Nope. Okay. See you later, Philly. What about Keith Primo? Nope. And Kim Eonson. Patrice Bergeron. Yeah, no. No. Bryce Salvador and Jamal Mayers. What's the cost for Jamal Mayers? Not really worth it. What about Bryce Salvador? Very much not worth it. Tampa trying to move Patrice Brisebois. The Brisebois. Again, not really worth it. Toronto with Darcy Tucker, Ville Peltonen. God, Darcy Tucker was only 30 at this point, huh? Yeah, I'm going to trade Joe Thornton for Darcy Tucker. Fuck off. What about Ville Peltonen? Not worth it. All right, well, I was hoping for something, but yeah, I don't even think we're adding. It's just we got something for Andrew Raycroft, and now we might as well just let it roll and see where the hell we end up. Columbus wants a 7th rounder for Mark Denis. No. No, I don't think that trade's going to happen. You shouldn't have. I think it was them who put him on waivers earlier, too. I think so. Columbus wants Brian Leach for a 7th. No. Panther. Oh, my God. The Devils just traded Zach Parise to Florida for Serge Payer. Oh, New Jersey. You're destroying your own team. Oh, my God. Well, in fairness, it's not as like Zach Parise really ever won anything, so. And a good time for Brad Boys to get hurt. Let me see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can I send Kevin Bieksa down? I can. Let's call up Kevin Dahlman instead. It's 5, 6, and 7 with your China. 8 with Moran. Actually, we don't even need Dahlman. And there we go. That works. That works. Trade deadline is here. Kyle McLaren for Freddie Modine. Doug Murray for Jamie Langenbrunner. Dude, the Devils are just blowing their team to shreds here. And then they traded Dallas Drake for a 1st rounder. Didn't they give up a 1st rounder to get him? And then they traded Scott Gomez to Detroit for a 1st. My God. Okay. Well, deadline day. What if we were to shop Antiniemi as one of our bigger prospects? Any players? Let's see. If we were to use Niemi, I can't move Bieksa. Can I do more than one player at once? I can. You can do 2 players at once. Sort by potential. Krejci, Franz Nielsen, Boychuk, Bieksa, Paye, Stewart. I mean, Niemi is the big one. He and Hiller. We were to shop Niemi and Hiller together. Glenn Wesley and Nick Blanchard. Apparently Gilbert Brule twice. Jeremy Roenick, Sergei Kostitsyn, an old man Chris Joseph, Mike Ricci. Oh my God, Tim Taylor and Sean Burke. All right, we'll just run it. The team's not so bad that we have to blow it up. And the market is horrific. Absolutely horrific. Penguins sent Ryan Whitney to New Jersey for Doug Waite. I don't know what the hell New Jersey's doing at this deadline. It is nuts. Absolutely nuts. What happens first? All active Atlanta Thrasher players retire. Atlanta gets a 3rd team. Yeah, I was gonna say Kane's the sole survivor, isn't he? At least at the NHL level. I can't think of who else played for the Thrashers that's still in the NHL. Media praises Savard. Stood out but had plenty of help. All right, nothing else to really worry about there. I mean, I'd like to think Atlanta would get a team, but man, Evander Kane, he's kind of riding off a reputation right now. I don't know if any fan, but Bogosian, yeah, God, I mean, is Bogosian even full-time, or is he more 7th defender? How much has he even played this year? Yeah, he's got 25 games, more of a 7th defender. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm thinking all remaining Thrashers retire before we get a new team in Atlanta. The odds are not in their favor. And we got injuries adding up left and right here. Not ideal. Daniel Alfredson resigns in Ottawa. Crosby has a 12-game point streak as a rookie. I just want to make sure, see what our roster was right now. So Samsonov, Thornton, Boys, Stern, Bergeron, Murray, Axelson, Savard, Knubel, Isbister, Green, and Recchi, Ferentz, Foote, Leach, Boynton, Moran, and Gill. Okay. With Denis and Thomas in goal. I don't think this is a cup-winning team, but you never know. Yeah, I heard the rumors for the NBA, which, I mean, God, they should have added Seattle back a fucking, 20 years ago. And they didn't even move 20 years ago. Basically, they should have never moved. Let's see, anything crazy? No one could stop Mario Lemieux. Evergreen statement. Let's see. Bruins scouting. I'd like to request a scouting report, please. I would like to know who is out there in this draft. We got plenty of scouts. I'm not worried about... How do I get, like, amateur scouting? Here we go. Prospect ranks. At the NHL, the rumor is 2. Same for the NBA. Prospect rankings. No, that's not. That's also not what I want. Power rankings. I can only see him. Preseason top candidates for the upcoming draft. The midterm. Yeah, the midterm rankings aren't even there either. Huh. Weird. Maybe I screwed up a setting. I don't know. St. Louis has fired Mike Kitchen as head coach and brought in Ted Nolan. And scouting is set up for the assistant, so. Indeed, Wheels. Indeed. What time is it anyway? Man, it's already 2:30. Jesus. Time flies, I suppose. I suppose time do fly. Wheeler retired? Yes. At least to my knowledge, he's not playing anywhere this year. Dave Andrechuk is on waivers. What a time for him to be. 42 years young. We'll put a claim in for him. Still a 2.5-star guy. Alan McCauley's out there. Eric Bolton. I mean, most leagues are always looking at expansion, especially, too, because you get this gigantic money influx, you know? Especially now with, like, what you can command. Like, look at what the NHL made from Vegas and Seattle. How much did Seattle pay to get their NHL team? $650 million. After the $500 million paid by Vegas. So what do you think that expansion fee would be for an NBA team right now? You know? Like, they're seeing dollar signs. All right, regular season is done. The Boston Bruins finish 4th in the Eastern Conference, 2nd in the Northeast Division. We have made the playoffs. And we will be playing Atlanta, while Buffalo will play Pittsburgh, Montreal against Ottawa, and Philly versus Florida. It'll be Kings and Red Wings, Canucks and Oilers, Flames and Ducks, Mighty Ducks, and Avs and Preds. Okay, so we still made it, despite trading Andrew Raycroft, which is probably to be expected. So your Jack Adams finalists, Andy Murray, Mike Babcock, and Pat Quinn. Ted Lindsay finalists are Nick Lidstrom, Pavel Datsyuk, and Sidney Crosby. The Bing finalists, Brian Campbell, Jason Pominville, and Sergei Samsonov. Selke nominees, Brendan Shanahan, Yuri Lettinen, and Richard Park. Calder nominees, Alex Steen, Jeff Carter, and Sidney Crosby. Maybe it didn't count Ovi as a rookie. Norris nominees, Adam Foote, Nick Lidstrom, and Scott Niedermayer. Vezina nominees, Alex Auld, David Abisher, and Manny Fernandez. And Hart Trophy nominees, Lidstrom, Datsyuk, and Sidney Crosby. Sounds about right. So how did we do from a stat perspective for the goalies that survived since we got rid of Raycroft? Denis with a .901 average, minus .587 goals saved, above expected, or above average. I would say above expected. I don't know why. And Tim Thomas, an .890. So yeah, goaltending not our strong suit this year. Not our strong suit. Defensively. Yeah, 50 points for Brian Leetch, 46 for Adam Foote, 39 for Ferentz, 26 for Boynton, 59 games for Milan Jurchina. Not great. Best defenseman in terms of game rating was Brian Leetch. Aside from that, it was a bunch of average at best. And for the forwards, 77 points for Jumbo, 69 for Samsonov, 65 for Bergy, Yeah, Brad Boyes did pretty well, too. Savard had 50 points. Yeah, Samsonov and Thornton really leading the way. Bergeron and Savard tied on 25. It's not bad. So, yeah, game rating. Of course, we picked up Andreychuk, but like Isbister, Knubel. Knubel's got an elbow strain. He's not going to be 100% heading into the playoffs here. Which means probably Colton or... I mean, if we can leave him. Torn ACL for Mark Stewart. He's out for the year. I guess we'll leave... Probably just leave the team as it is. Again, we start off against Atlanta. Let's see what the Thrashers look like. For us, Samsonov, Thornton, and Boyes. Sturm, Bergeron, Murray, Axelson, Savard, Recchi, Andreychuk, Green, and Colton Orr. With Andrew Ferentz and Adam Foote, Brian Leach, Hal Gill, Milan Urchina, and Nick Boynton. Goaltender, Mark Denis. Damn. Probably has the NHL has to make better players available. I mean, I don't think the Kraken got shafted. I think just Vegas cheated the system. Like, the Kraken did not have a bad roster to start off. They have just had some missteps since they became a team. The problem is if the NHL tries to add in two teams at the same time, you're definitely going to end up with weaker rosters. Look at what happened with like Columbus and Nashville, for example, around that time. Minnesota, like their rosters were awful out of the gates. But again, like the biggest thing is, right, like you're talking then about like top players in the AHL getting more consistent NHL time. So it's like, like there is talent to be there. It's just, you're going to have a lot of fringe players. Right now, currently fringe players. Columbus is still awful. Fair. The Thrashers have Kovalchuk, Saku, Koivu, and oh my god, that's Marion, not Marcel Hossa, isn't it? Fuck. Brett Larson, Jochen Hesch, and Derek McKenzie, Kozlov, Moran, and Vijay, Stefan, Slater, and... Okay, so they're a one-line team. Defense is Modry, Sutton, Havlid, Knighty, DeVries, and Popovich with Lettinen in goal. They're a one-line team with a stellar goaltender. I would like to think we could win this game. Regular season, they took 3 out of 4. We had more goals than them. Our power play was awful. We had the top PK in the league. Marc Savard playing his former team. Game 1 of this series goes to the Bruins, 5-2. Let's go. Savard, 2-point night. Same for Ferentz, and 2 goals for Mark Recchi. It was Recchi, then Larson, Recchi, then Hossa, Thornton, Foote, and Samsonov to end it. Let's go. Let's go. So for us, Boynton, Boyes, Foote, outstanding overall games. And defensively, we had some people really step up. Very nice. All right, game 1 to the good. World Championships going on now as well. Game 2, we do have a lineup change. It's now Andreychuk, Green, and Isbister on the 4th line. Recchi's up to the 3rd. Okay. And Atlanta has Peter Bondra and Ramsey Abid subbing in on the 4th line. So a couple changes for both sides. Game 2. Let's just... I don't know. Do we want to just sim to the end? Yeah, I don't really want to watch the squares. I can't stop it for the moment, though. Here come the boys. Here come the boys. Or be like Ottawa and forget your laptop charger for the expansion. Oh, goodness. Oh, I'm stuck on this screen for the moment. Oh, it just says National Anthem playing. Alright, stop. Sim end. Game 2. To the Bruins! 5-2. Back-to-back wins for the boys. Sergei Samsonov, Glenn Murray, and Nick Boynton leading the way. We were down 2-0. And then it was Boynton, Murray, Sturm, Thornton, and Samsonov. 5 unanswered goals. Horrific game for the likes of Modry, McKenzie, Shane Knighty, Brad Larson. For us, Andrew Ferentz was god-awful. But what a game for Sergei Samsonov. 85 out of 100 on the game rating. Letting in a 750 and a 920 for Mark Denis. Turns out we didn't need Raycroft, even if we did not get Tuukka Rask for him, unfortunately. Game 3. Colton Orr has subbed in as a center. Okay. I'll trust you. Thrashers take game 3, 4-2. Kunitz, Sturm, and Saku Koivu, the stars of the game. They started off the scoring with Mark Popovich, then Havlet, Bondra, and Kunitz. It was 4-0. We got 2 back, but too little too late. That's a rough one. That is a rough one. All right, we're still up 2-1. Can we make it 3-1? Travis Green is back in the lineup. Game 4 to Atlanta. Again, 4-2. We got goals from Savard and Samsonov. But we have blown a 2-0 series lead. Again, god-awful games. Andreychuk, Foote, Ferentz, Green, Sturm. Samsonov was amazing. Axelson, not too bad either, but woof. Woof. Worst logo in Bruins history? Nah, not even close. Not even close. Not even close. You want to see the worst Boston Bruins logo? I mean, like, come on. Are we going to sit there and argue for, like, the early 20s? Are we going to argue for anything up until 1949? You know? And the Bruins didn't, like, do a goddamn thing when they used this logo from 95 to 07. But, you know. You know. Ooh, Hall of Fame nominees. As a member of the Hall of Fame committee, are entitled to nominate a player. This year's nominees so far are Phil Housley, Doug Gilmour. Isn't he still active, or did we sign him as a coach? He just retired, apparently, and he's already a nominee. Okay. Bernie Nichols, Dino Ciccarelli, Doug Mons, Glenn Anderson, Dave Taylor, Brian Propp, Gary Suter, Pat Verbeek, Mark Howe, Patrick Waugh, John Van Beesbrook, and Rogie Vachon. We get to nominate either Steve Alarmer, Bobby Smith, Steve Duchesne, Doug Wilson, Brian Bellows, Dale Hunter, Brad McCrimmon, Kevin Hatcher, Dave Babbage. We're going for Bruins legend Rick Middleton. Thank you very much. We go to game number 5. No stopping Peter Sikora. Damn right. Except, you know, Calgary won that game. Colton Orr is back in the lineup. Let's see what happens. Big time game 5. Home teams won every game. And we continue that trend. 8-1 in game 5. Vyacheslav Kozlov scored first. We had 6 goals in the second period. Sturm, Samsonov, Recchi, Bergeron, Thornton, and Boys, and then Bergeron and Hal Gill added 2 others in the third. A 24 rating for Mark Popovich in that game. For us, that's a lot of blue. That's what you want to see. Hal Gill, star of the show, with a 99 defense rating in that game. Let's go. Let's go, let's go. Can we close out the Thrashers with Travis Green back in the lineup? Or will there be a Game 7? The Atlanta Thrashers have forced Game 7. The home team has won every single game so far. They were up 3-1 at the end of the first period and win it 6-2 overall. Awful games from Andrechuk and Isbister. Samsonov was our best player at a 74. Well, we got one game to go. As Canada has won the World Championship. Will we be eliminated? Colton Orr is back in the lineup. Game 7 goes to the Bruins. The home team won every single game. Mark Denis, 20 save shutout in a 3-0 win. Foote, Gill, and Axelson, the 3 stars. Mark Savard's second period goal sends us to the second round. Awful game for Petrovitsky. I don't think Kovalchuk did like anything that whole series. And for us, Axelson, Boys, and Gill really led the way. Andrew Ferentz did get hurt in that game. Delay treatment for Ferentz. Fuck. Ooh, he's got a torn PCL. Likely duration, 3 to 4 months. Doctor reports treatment can be delayed until the season. God, do we want to play Andrew Ferentz on a torn PCL? No. Like, again, like you can't... See, this is one of those situations where I'm going to live up to my actual opinions. You can't tell me Andrew Ferentz on a torn PCL is better than, like, a healthy Andrew Alberts, you know? So, nah, Ferentz can be done for the year. That's fine. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 with Moran. And we'll probably call up Kevin Dahlman to be the 7th. And Ferentz, you're off to the injury list, buddy. You're done. You're done. And Mike Knuble is still out 1 to 2 weeks with an elbow strain. If I put him on the injury list, I don't know how long he's going to be out for. We draw the Florida Panthers in round number 2. It'll also be Edmonton and Nashville, Detroit and Calgary, Ottawa and Pittsburgh, Florida, Boston. Right, regular season this year, we took 3 out of 4. The one that they won was a 5-0 win. We are apparently the favorites. Let's see. Ottawa's favorited over Pittsburgh, Detroit over Calgary, and Nashville also favorited. Let's do it. So it's Gill, Foote, Leach, Boynton, Dahlman, Yurchina. Okay. What does Florida look like? Ryan Malone, Ole Jokinen, Nathan Horton, Kyle Calder, Eric Boganecki, and Mike Sillinger. Stephen Weiss, Peter Forsberg, Zach Parise, Christian Huselius, Dave Scatchard, and Gary Roberts. Defense is Eric Brewer, Jay Bouwmeester, Brad Stewart, Stefan Robida, Jamie Kwiatkowski, and Philippe Boucher. Roberto Luongo in goal. This might be bad for us. This could be bad. Game 1 goes to Florida, 4-3. Kyle Calder, Joe Thornton, and Boganecki, the top 3 in that game. That's a rough one. Yeah, Dahlman, not a great game. Thornton, Samsonov, Yurchina actually did pretty well. But for them, Kyle Calder, big difference maker. Luongo didn't even have a good game, but he had a better game than Mark Denis. I think we leave it for game 2. Bruins win. First road win of the postseason, 4-2. Thanks to Mark Savard and Brad Boys. So goals for Colton Orr, Adam Foote, Mark Savard, and Sergei Samsonov. Not bad. Thornton, Bergeron, Savard, Foote, Samsonov, all with very strong games. Kevin Dahlman was all right, too. Not bad. Dallas trying to be the team to move to Vegas. I don't know if the Mavs will. Well, actually, then again, there were the rumors about like maybe Mark Cuban would try to rebuy the team. So maybe. Hey, Mike Knubel's back in the lineup. Let's go. All right, game number 3 in Boston is a win for Florida, 5-2. Ryan Malone, Peter Forsberg, and Jay Bouwmeester leading the way. We got a goal from Bergeron, Brad Boys, and that was it. We got sunk by Dave Scatchard. Awful game for Glenn Murray. Not great. Samsonov, Thornton, Milan-Urchina continues to do super well. That is, in theory, floating around as current Mavs owner sells to Cuban in exchange for the Vegas expansion. I could see that happening. Herb Brooks's report on the AHL playoffs. The Norfolk Admirals have won the Calder Cup. Okay. Fair enough. All right, we're down 2-1. See what we can do. Make that a 3-1 Florida lead. A 25-save shutout for Roberto Luongo. As Eric Boganecki scored the only goal of the game. And that certainly looks like that's it for us, as Milan-Urchina continues to be arguably our top player of this entire series. It's looking like we're running out of steam. So anything we can do for call-up send-downs to try to save us here? I don't really know if there is. Can I see stats? Here we go. Based off of playoffs. Give me goalie stats here. Yeah, Denis hasn't been great. Thomas hasn't even played, so I don't know how he has a goal saved above average, but 891 on a pad shot. Okay. Goalie stat again. 906 for Denis. Don't know if we can trust Thomas to really be any better right now, so I think we might just be where we're at. Defensively. What do we got defensively? I mean, Foot's putting up points. Gill's putting up points. Ian Moran has been very bad this postseason. When he's played, he's only played 2 games, though. What about forwards? Green, Knubel, Colton Orr, Esbister, Andrechuk. Yeah, bottom 6. That bottom 6 is really struggling. What do we want to do? Yeah, Esbister's been another one of the bad ones. Well, how are we going to survive this? I do not know the answer. Every time I come in, something's playing from Burnout 3. It's a hell of a soundtrack, man. That's the key. It's a hell of a soundtrack. Where's my phone at here? Okay, we're fine. Let's see. What can we do? Isbister, just down to Providence, buddy. Honestly, Knubel, probably down to Providence, too. Keckern's so old. Travis Green was another one of those guys that was just underperforming, right? Yeah. So many players underperforming. Green, you get to go to Providence. Andrew Chuck, you get to go to Providence. Colton Orr, you get to go to Providence. So we need a whole new fourth line if we can swing that. The defense hasn't been that bad except for Ian Moran, who we'll take out of the equation. Maybe call up Kevin Bieksa just to be an option. Right. So Danny Paille. Got the call up there. Might as well give Zhamnov and Ben Geet a chance. Nate Robinson. Like Geet, Zhamnov at center. Robinson or Fitzgerald or Leahy. And on the left, it's probably Healy or Blatney. What's Healy good at? Not much. Just kind of a guy. Best at being a counterattacking forward, a two-way. What's Blatney good at? Best role as a grinder. Maybe get Blatney in there to just lay down the body. Zhamnov. Playmaker, counterattacking forward. Ben Geet, power forward, back-checking forward. Well, Ben Geet, come on down. Then Nate Robinson, counterattacking forward, playmaker. Tom Fitzgerald, two-way aggressive forechecker. Could definitely use a Tom Fitzgerald in there. What about Pat Leahy? Two-way. Okay. Just get our coach to mix up the fourth line because nothing was working. We're down 3-1 here. So against Florida, Samsonov, Thornton boys, Sturm, Bergeron, Murray, Paille, Savard, Leahy, Blatney, Geet, Fitzgerald with Gill, Foote, Leach, and Boynton, Urchina, and Bieksa. Seth, yes it is. It is indeed. OTP is kind of the crown jewel. But yes, same dev. As the Florida Panthers eliminate us in 5 games with a 4-3 overtime win on their 50th shot. Double overtime winner for Christian Huselius. Tom Fitzgerald got deleted in that game. Oh, man. Leach, Bergeron. I mean, we had some good games there, but wasn't meant to be. Roberto Luongo and the Florida Panthers will go to the Eastern Conference Final. So we lose in 5. You mean Duck Salius Wheels? I'm so mad you brought that up because I regret that every time I see Christian Huselius' name. I regret not buying that so much. So much. See, Ottawa will play Florida in the Eastern Conference Final. Detroit will play Nashville in the West. And then Ottawa, and it'll be Ottawa and Detroit in the Stanley Cup Final. Detroit's favorited to win. But Detroit and Ottawa. Stanley Cup Final. Fair enough. And we get to vote for the Hall of Fame. Up to 4 players. Ooh, who do we vote for here? Rick Middleton, Patrick Waugh. Some good options. Give me Bernie Nichols. Give me Doug Gilmour and Phil Housley. We'll see where we end up. But we had a 46-win season, lost in the second round. We ended this season with a fan happiness rating of 100 as the Detroit Red Wings win their 11th Stanley Cup. Alexei Morozov scored the cup-winning goal. You're welcome, Detroit. But Datsuk, Lidstrom, Osgood leading the way. They beat the Sens in 5 games. They didn't have a series go beyond 5 games. Absolutely ridiculous. Detroit dismantles Ottawa. Salary cap is up for the moment. Our report on the Stanley Cup Finals. Will Jeremy Roenick be traded? I don't know. Will he? You tell me. You tell me. Well, I mean, Glenn Murray's getting up there. I do love me some Glenn Murray. But trade block. Mike Knuble. Trade block. Mark Recchi. Trade block. I know Savard's deal is up. Travis Green really shit the bed in the playoffs. Trade block for you. Dave Andrechuk, if he even sticks around. He didn't even play that season in real life, did he? He retired winning the Cup in 04, I thought. Adam Foote's 34. Trade block for you. Ryan Leach is 38. You're already on the block. And we can get old Mark Denis still on the block. Cool. Cool. Bowler race for Jeff Giuliano. Calgary. 7th round pick from Mike Knuble. He's not that worthless, is he? Jesus Christ. Seventh round pick for Dave Andrechuk. Okay, that's fair because at least we get something for him, and he was a waiver pickup before he retires. You can take Dave Andrechuk for a 7th. That's fair. Jeff Platt for Tarnqvist. Nashville wants Antti Niemi for a 5th? No. Absolutely not. Let's see. Ian LaPerriere for Gary Roberts. Greg Usina. Detroit wants Brian Leach for a 7th. You know, fuck it. Just in case he retires, I'll take the 7th. See you later, Brian. Maybe they'll give you a ring even though you did nothing. Atlanta wants a 7th, or will give up a 7th for Mark Denis. No. Why are all my players only worth 7ths? It's insane. Sean Thornton for Graham Mink. I missed that Sean Thornton was even there. I am upset. Free agency preview. Oh, baby. Big Z is lining up to be a free agent, as well as Scott Niedermayer, Mark Savard, and Matthew Schneider. Okay. Radek Bonk got dealt. Glenn Murray for a 5th? No. All right, let's go to our team here. Contracts. Good, this shows entry levels too. So Brad boys, we definitely need to auto qualify for sure. We definitely need to renew your deal. 1.1 over 2 years. I'm good with that. Welcome back, Brad boys. Hopefully. Kevin Dahlman, you were just kind of a dude. You're not going to get any better. You can go. Colton Orr. You can go. Nick Boynton's only 27. We got to keep him. Try to keep Nick Boynton. Jonathan Girard, I don't think it's going to get any better. Travis Green can go. Ben Geet can go. Healy. Isbister. Leahy. McDonald. Sergei Samsonov we definitely want to keep. He was insane. But he might decline pretty quickly. Sigalet can go. Definitely want to keep Tim Thomas. Shamnoff can go. Recchi can stay. Andy Ferentz can definitely stay. Despite that injury. Mark Savard wants a no-trade clause. You know what? That's fine. Marco Sturm. Also prefer you not to leave. Kevin Bieksa, I'd prefer you not to leave. Thank you. And Robinson's not going to get any better. All right, we should be good. Protect ourselves a little bit. So Bieksa signs, Brad Boyes, Ferentz, Savard, Boynton, all those guys just signed. Mike Sigamanis got traded. The NHL awards are coming up. The prestigious, please look, the Celebrity Likes Hockey, please like our sport awards. And Alex Frolov fetched a first rounder. Adam Foote for a fifth to Colorado. No. Man, I am just getting jobbed out here. This is nuts. Maybe I did the wrong setting and it's just going to hand me whoever the hell they actually drafted in 06, which would be very beneficial for the Bruins. I might have put the wrong settings on, and this might end up being just one season. The award ceremony. Let's see. Your Hart Trophy winner, Pavel Datsyuk. Your Conn Smythe Trophy winner, Nick Lidstrom. Calder, will it be Alex Steen, Jeff Carter, or Sidney Crosby? It's Sidney Crosby. Norris Trophy is Niedermeyer, Foote, or Lidstrom? It's Lidstrom. Selke Trophy, Lettinen, Park, or Shanahan? Yuri Lettinen. Fernandez, Abisher, Ald for the Vezina. David Abisher. And for the Jack Adams best coach, either Babcock, Andy Murray, or Pat Quinn, it's Andy Murray in Los Angeles. So congrats to Andy Murray. Yeah, shabby probably. But you know what? That's okay. Happy Pride. Happy Pride. Oh my God. Oh, Spotify. How can I have so many songs and not want to listen to any of them in this playlist? How does that make any sense? It doesn't. Nothing makes sense anymore. Yeah, whatever. On it out, go with the used. Let's see. We got a season score of a 25. Not amazing. Let's see. We got 5 points. For the love of God, put it all into negotiating skill, please. Get me some better trade offers. Let's see. June scouting update. Tim Thomas has been involved in an on-ice or an off-ice incident. Mark Recchi is very unhappy about it. What did he do? Did he punch a kid? Like, what the fuck? You make a fucking joke about Obama? The man's not even running for president yet. Hold on. Yeah. When did Barack Obama announce he was running for president? February 2007. Yeah, I mean, dude, you're like a year early before you can start blaming him for everything, Tim. From your fucking bomb shelter. Advancing to new season. This may take a while. Well, what do you want to talk about, chat? What do you want to talk about? Oh, goodness. Goodness. Hey, oh, there we go. Manage a single team for 10 seasons. I don't think I did that, but okay. Thank you for the achievement anyway. Let's see. Okay, the draft is coming up on the 3rd. All right. So let's see. Historical notes. Mighty Ducks are now the Anaheim Ducks. Bunch of notable new players. Doughty, Ben, Holtby. Watching any hockey for the Olympics. Trying my best, but I like my schedule. It's not conducive to watching them live. So that kind of sucks. But I'm doing what I can. How deep is the minor and junior league system in this game? Yeah, I mean, you can play running those teams, so, you know, decent enough. More than you'd get from, like, a mainline, like, EA game or something like that. Let's see, Yzerman retires. Detroit immediately is going to retire his number. LA unofficially retires Luke Robitaille's number. Interesting. Key Primo, McGillney. Mario Lemieux was retired. Brian Leach retired, so we just fleeced Detroit of a 7th rounder. Let's go. Tom Fitzgerald's gone. Eric Desjardins is gone. Hey, we fleeced Calgary for Andrew Chuck as well. Let's go. Bunch of new broadcast deals. But yeah, like the modern, if you use a modern save file, it is pretty expansive for what you can do. All right, there we go. This is what we're waiting for. So the entry draft player evaluation. Taves, number 1. Then Marchand, Giroux, Nick Backstrom, Phil Kessel, Semyon Varlamov, Cam Talbot, Steve Mason, Jordan Staal, Jonathan Bernier as the top 10. Okay. Fair enough. Hedberg's gone. Jacques Lemaire was fired in Minnesota. John Tortorella's heading to Atlanta after they fired Bob Hartley. Peter Laviolette's the new coach in Tampa. They fired Torts, and he immediately went to Atlanta. Wow. Laviolette goes from Carolina to Tampa. Ted Nolan, now the man in Washington. Weird, man. Weird, weird, weird. Quite a few changes. Andy Murray won Coach of the Year and still got fired. Fair enough. Leafs fired Pat Quinn. Huh. Nothing like winning Coach of the Year and still getting fired. It's happened. New click forms. Tim Thomas, Mark Savard, Nick Boynton, and Mark Denis. Nice. We got ourselves a nice little locker room click. If click is reduced to fewer than 3 players, it'll break up. Interesting. Brett McLean for Ryan Reddy. Richardson for Ivanins. Stillman for... Wow, Mark Giordano's going to Carolina. JP Dumont's going to Calgary. Ryan Malone for Patrick Eves. Penguins want a 7th round pick from Mike Knuble. Nope. The Ducks want to get Adam Foote for a 6th rounder. No. Oilers want Recchi for a 7th. No. They want Mark Denis for Roman Tesseluk. No. They want Niemi for a 5th. No. And Scott Niedermayer could be signing. When did free agency start? I need my fucking event order. NHL events. Looks like free agency might be underway, and I missed it by a day. I always forget it has a kind of weird order. Bruins free agent center. Only Nick Backstrom. Goaltender Nick Backstrom. Also Jonas Gustafsson's out there. Bates Battaglia. Amazing race winner, Bates Battaglia. Well, I mean, goaltender Nick Backstrom. We might as well send you an offer. And Jonas Gustafsson. Try to have Boston be the European pipeline. I need a higher minor league salary. Brother, you're the one who wanted that. What do you want me to do? Right, we're going to have $25 million in salary cap space as well. Draft lottery. 5th pick belongs to Washington. 4th pick to Minnesota. 3rd pick to Tampa. Chicago. So the St. Louis Blues have the 1st overall pick. And we'll probably get Jonathan Taves. Holy shit, that's a lot of news. Derek Bogard has left the Wild. Got a lot of teams dissolving contracts of certain players. Looks like that is mostly what's gone on. Outside of a bunch of deals. Brindamore has gone to Atlanta. Scott Walker to Anaheim. Dave Scatchard got dealt again. Henrik Sedin has been traded to Atlanta for Eric Bolton. Oh boy. That's not good. That's not good. Corey Perry was traded for John Madden. I think the AI might need to value certain prospects a bit more. Yaroslav Halak from Miroslav Shatan. I always said Satan was based in Montreal. Brian Boucher was dealt. Svatos for a second. Let's see, we got the 23rd overall pick in this draft. Okay. St. Louis rumored to be drafting Brad Marchand. What this now? Imagine they take Marchand over Jonathan Taves. Let's fucking go. As they should. As they should. Let's see. I mean, trade-wise, we can't fucking do anything anyway. No one offers shit for our players. Yeah, it just kind of is what it is. I don't think we can really do that much. Well, let's see what happens. Jonathan Taves goes to St. Louis. Brad Marchand to Chicago. Just pick until human. Giroux to Tampa. Jordan Staal to Minnie. Kessel to Washington. Backstrom to also to St. Louis. Brian Little to the Sharks. David Perron to Dallas. Simmons to Phoenix. Steve Mason to the Rangers. Okposo to the Islanders. Varlamov to Atlanta. Bernier to the Kings. Talbot to Carolina. Petrie to Toronto. Reimer to Philly. That wouldn't be Eric Johnson, wouldn't? Unless he went like back in the draft. No, yeah, he was first in 06. He went 18th to Montreal. 17th. Chris Stewart to Pittsburgh. Neuwirth. Lucic to the Canucks. Demers, and then Koskinen. So, looks like Matt Zuccarello is our best option here. WrestleCast, what's up, man? And yeah, I don't disagree. Obviously prioritizing building up a new top House of Torture leader is a very questionable approach, but yeah, it was an interesting show. God, Eddie Lack, Foligno, Alec Martinez, Ben Scrivezna, Jordy Ben, Gaspar Daugavins, who is somehow still playing for Latvia in this Olympics. Crazy. Pat Maroon. WrestleCast, dude. I was like, when I didn't get to watch live, when I saw that happen, I was like, holy shit, dude, really? Like, you're gonna have Aaron Wolf lose already instead of prioritizing, you know, building the guy. It's just crazy. Crazy decision making. Let's see. Matt Zuccarello, you are looking like our guy here. Not a bad player to get. 23rd overall. Our next pick. Yeah, we still got a couple options here in the second round. A couple options. Eric Condra, Klinkhammer, Shashura, Enroth, Cal Clutterbuck, Jordy Ben, Hagelin, Anisimov, Grabner, Berglund. I'm leaning like Brassard or Hagelin. I feel like Carl Hagelin's probably the right choice. Him or Clutterbuck for the longevity. We'll take the Swede. We're taking Carl Hagelin. Let's see. What do we got next? Third round. Hey, a couple options still. Condra, Klinkhammer, Shashura, Enroth, Chad Johnson, Jordy Ben, Nick Holden, Ryan Wilson, Scrivezna, or Carter Hutton. You know, Hutton might be the guy there. Let's take Carter Hutton. After that was the right choice because we can still go after Jordy Ben. Next up, Scrivens, Wilson, Holden, Yuri Talusti. Andrew Hammond. Save him up for 1 year where you know he's really going to have some trade value. Derek Dorsett. Andrew Bodnerchuk. Nick Holden. Not a bad player. Oh, turns out Phoenix had offered us a pick. Derek Morris for the 3rd rounder. Can I accept that, or is it too late? I would love to get Derek Morris for a 3rd round pick. Cool. We just landed Derek Morris for a 3rd rounder. That I tried to get him at the deadline last year, or a little bit before. So that's a no-brainer. God, can I get more offers like that? After this, one of Modern Era Wrestling Promotions books certain matches with the intent of trolling. I mean, if they do, they're idiots. I'll say that. Scrivens or Johnson? I guess we'll go for Ben Scrivesna. Pick until human. All right, we're down to 2 stars now. Oh, I do see Carl Gunnarsson there. Andy McDonald. Mike Koska. Matt Reed. David Desharnais. David Schlemko. Give me Carl Gunnarsson. Stanley Cup champ, Carl Gunnarsson. And that was our last pick. Do we have another pick back-to-back here? Oh, we do. How do you like that? Andy McDonald, Jack Hillen. Let's take David Desharnais. We like back-to-back picks. Thank you very much. Gunnarsson and Desharnais, not bad. After that, Matt Reed, Mike Koska, Harrison Zolnerchek, Rafael Diaz. Let's take Matt Reed. No other trade offers. And again, Koska, Zolnerchek, Diaz. Harrison Zolnerchek, Red O'Bara. Take Harry Zolnerchek. I think we have back-to-back picks. We do. We'll take Mike Koska. Slim pickings. Let's go for Rafael Diaz or Red O'Bara. We'll go for Diaz. A lot of back-to-back picks. Let's take Red O'Bara. Never mind. Looks like we're out of picks. That was actually the last pick of the draft. How do you like that? All right. So a couple trades. Stumple got dealt. Hemsky got moved again. Again, we dealt a 3rd rounder for Derek Morris, which was a steal. Best drafts. Bruins listed on the top of the best draft board. How do you like that? General consensus was that the Bruins had the best overall draft and the Blue Jackets did not. Zuccarello, Hagelin, Hutton, Ben, Holden, Scrivens. Hell yeah. Blue Jackets took Jason Demers, Matt Barkowski, Casey Wellman, Jamie McGinn. Oh my god. That's certainly a draft. Also, Gustafson is signed. Mike Knuble for a 7th. No. When the hell is free agency opening up here? Not yet, apparently. Of course, now we could sign Zuccarello. There's a bunch of 2.5s that are out there now. David Leggio, Hutton, Mazars, Hagelin, Scrivens, Mark Mathot. Just randomly out there. Definitely send a deal to him. Mag, all good. Take it easy. Hopefully everything's good. Owen Nolan. Yeah, everything looks good there. Well, we got 1 year in the book. That's not a bad place to be. 1 year in, we made the playoffs. We did okay. And yet again, we have another challenge where we could easily continue this for God knows how long. Should we choose to come back to it? I don't understand why I'm so tired. Holy shit. But apparently I am. Apparently I am. Just this panic thing gets confused. Goes to my room when I'm not there. Favorite stat of the modern era is the following. Of all nations that have a player play in the NBA, Portugal has the highest number of NBA rings per player. How? How? I'm trying to think of who the hell that would even be. For Portuguese. Portuguese. Who the hell would that even be? All right. So, we'll stop it there for now, at least for this, and then we'll do our other designated challenge, thanks to Frank, with what we call silly wrestling nonsense. And we'll see. I might very well be back on this tomorrow, or it could easily be something else through the wheel of nonsense. We will see how everything pans out. There's one player, all-time NBA. Kato won a ring with the Celtics. That makes sense. I had a feeling it would be one or two players that just have the weight of it be insane, right? That makes sense. All right, wait for FHM to close. Then we get to the dubs. The dubs. Our nightly trip to this hellhole that Frank has imprisoned me in, known as a local to global challenge in TEW. I feel like I truly have been imprisoned in hell. But we are making good progress as we approach the tail end of 1998. We're actually in December. And again, like we are doing okay. We're doing okay. We still got 53 grand left. We're up to number 39 in the world. We started in the 50s. So, Nielsen potentially as soon as tomorrow, buddy, in terms of that starting off. So there you go. But yeah, we cut down the roster a smidge. We still got some notable names. Of course, last night we brought in Chris Hero as a rookie, and then he immediately blew out his fucking ACL. But we're doing okay. We're doing okay. We could still probably be even more streamlined financially, but, you know, we deal with what we have to deal with. No biggie. Whoops. Wait for the program to respond. There we go. WCW have extended a TV deal with... so WCW has a ton of new TV contracts. TSN... WWF also has a bunch of new TV deals. WCW looking to re-sign Terry Taylor and Brad Armstrong, but they're going to be letting go of Mean Gene Okerlund. They also need to re-sign Eddie Guerrero, Rick Martel, but they're dropping Brian Knobbs and are looking to keep Scott Norton. While the WWF looking to keep old Midian. Medusa looking to stay in WCW. WCW is also looking to move on from Buddy Lee Parker and The Gambler. Shane Douglas's deal with ECW is coming due. So was Lance Storm's. Roadkill, they're dropping Vic Grimes, or APW is. Renegade might be staying with WCW. Mongo's deal is coming due. As is Bill Gold. Dude, imagine if Goldberg jumps. Imagine if Goldberg jumps. Make NMW. I would love to. We can't afford the travel. We are still a small enough company. We cannot afford to bring out anybody that would require us to pay for their travel. Harris is one of those guys. Because unfortunately for the Mid-South, the Mid-Atlantic region, like the Carolinas and everything like that, doesn't count towards not having to pay travel costs. Let's see. Baracus might be staying with the WWF. Lance Storm has re-signed with the ECW. We're based in Texas. We sure are. That's a Von Erich leading the promotion. Of course we're based in Texas. Might not have been the wisest choice, but we didn't really have a guide on what to do promotion-wise. So I kind of looked through a bunch of the logos that were already in the database and said, fuck it, WCCW works for me. Let's go there. Let's see. ECW locker room has lost faith in Taz. Ricky Morton got divorced, and WCW will be feuding Ric Flair and Dean Malenko. Okay. Yeah, for better or worse, we are based in Tejas. So I need to go to taskbar settings really quickly. This is annoying. There we go. All right, 103 fans. We head to the Bone. Our home sweet home. Set up a ring half border in Mexico, half border in Texas. That's all we need. That's all we need. Rocky Romero and Rosie get along. Creative finish from Rosie. Rudy Charles, Brent Albright get along. Everybody gets along. All right, what do we got for this week? 6 segments. Daniels, Skipper, Lash LaRue, and Rosie. All unbooked. Daniels, Skipper, Lash LaRue, Rosie. Luch is playing You Can't Touch Me with Lazy. Stop. Pre-show match for that one. Okay, everyone's got something going on for the show. But we do need the different match types. Jamie Noble, Rocky Romero. The goal was Mayhem. Make that a wild brawl instead. Probably shouldn't be a brawl, but it's fine. Mike Sanders and Test. You know what? You can be the wild brawl instead. Main event will be a Steal the Show, which we do have to book. One of each of those match types. There we go. All right, not bad. Not bad, not bad. Let's see what happens. First show of December, Trevor Murdoch falls to Cassidy O'Reilly. Rodney Mack beats Ryder Sullivan. Rosie and Lash LaRue beat Triple X. Tokyo Magnum and Chip Minton beat Brent Albright and Tony Mamaluke. Test beats Mike Sanders for the WCCW Western States title, our mid-card title. I gotta change Mike Sanders' manager. And Jamie Nobleboy beats Rocky Romero. And a promo from Chip and Tokyo Magnum. Popularity's up. I think we finally got that 9th point. Lost $1,000 on the show. Yeah, finally up to 9 popularity. Look at us. Look at us. Finally. It's going to take a whole year to go from 0 to 10 popularity. Christ. All right, Mike Sanders. We need to switch you over to Bobcat. You have switched allegiances. So, the Swarm, modify stable. Remove Mike Sanders. And we will add him to the Homecoming. Welcome to the babyface side, Mr. Sanders. And storyline. Mike Sanders, switch alignment to Bobcat. Here we go. Big Dick Dudley has quit ECW. He's based in the tri-state, so we can't bring him in. Baracus also staying with WWF. Frank, we're trying. We're trying. This whole auto booker strategy has really allowed me to make up a bunch of ground while the company continues to develop. Like, there was no point in really being super hands-on. We just needed shows to happen. And hopefully then by the time we care, a lot of these younger guys we have will be more developed, and we can use them as actual like keys to the roster. Roadkill stays in ECW. So does Shane Douglas, while Goldberg and Mongo will stay in WCW. So does the Renegade, and the Gambler, and Medusa, and Terry Taylor. I mean, you got to figure WCW and WWF, they're both in a fucking contract war, so they're going to try to keep everybody. They are going to try to keep everybody that they can, even the fucking gambler. Who was it that you signed and immediately got hurt? Chris Hero. I think he had 2 matches for us and blew out his ACL. So, let's see. WWF Capital Carnage. The Renegade Redemption Tour. Muted, what's up, man? Highlighted by Mark Marrow beating the Road Dogg. Sid over Steve Blackman, Jacqueline over Deborah. Stone Cold showed up to Capital Carnage wasted. Sid has joined the Nation of Domination. Psycho Sid of the Nation of Domination. Hell yeah. CMLL looking to keep Blue Panther. Brad Armstrong, Eddie Guerrero both staying in WCW. As is Rick Martel. I mean, I'm doing pretty good. I got a shit ton of snow shoveling to do after this stream, though. So the wife can actually leave for work in the morning. You got Gone Wine with Poncho and Poncho and Moncho. It's not even Honcho, it's Moncho. Oh, everybody re-signing with their promotions. If you were behind Marrow and Road Dogg on a paper, you showed up drunk too, right? All right, so 1998 coming to a close. Crazy that we're about a year into this. And especially, too, like, you know, it took us a while to get going. Guerrero and Goldberg getting into it. Kevin Nash. Shattered knee. Kevin Nash is going to be out for over a year with a knee injury. You don't say. Huh. What are the odds of that? Ooh, Blue Panther might jump from CMLL. Headbanger Thrash and Hawk getting into arguments. Fair enough. Never knew Nash had shit knees, right? Who knew? Who knew? Kevin Nash hurt his knee. Also a day that ends in Y. Historically bad-legged wrestler has his knee injury. More news at 11. Let's see. No news really relevant to us. Of course, there's anytime WCW has a show, there's people arguing backstage. Oh my God, that was scary. Owen Hart. Wow, WWF have not offered. Oh, yes! He lives! Oh, thank God he's leaving the WWF in December of 98. Thank fuck. We're too small of a promotion to hire him. But Owen Hart will leave the WWF in January of 1999. Thank God. Oh, the greatest alternate timeline that could happen. Christ. Christopher Daniels. No! Ooh, Daniels has moved to New England. Why would you do that? Did I say New England or Northern England? Oh, good. Christopher Daniels has moved to Britain. The good thing is I don't have to pay travel costs still. But, yeah, his top promotion is ASW UK. Okay, well, again, we still don't have to pay for his travel. Thank fuck. But if he looks to renegotiate to cover the travel costs, we're out. You know? God, I wish we had the money to bring in Owen Hart. We're not big enough. He's going to end up in WCW or New Japan is my guess. Not bad. Not bad, not bad. Oh my goodness. Let's see, what else do we have? Axel Rotten got fined for his attitude. It's ECW. You're fining someone for their backstage attitude. Fair enough. Well, they don't call it the fucking professional era now, do they? 107 fans expected at the Bone. Pre-show incident. Rocky Romero got stranded at the airport. Won't be able to make it. Okay. Booking team meeting. Time to spend money on character ideas. Try to get momentum for these guys. Big gamble for Test. We'll ditch that. Big gamble. Ditch it. Wonder if WCW goes under. I mean, you can set it up so it's a storyline, but I imagine it's just, hey, alternate universe, you know? So I don't think they will, at least in that way. Guess his attitude was rotten. Got him. All right, so let's see. Stored creative ideas. Let's see. We got Cassidy O'Reilly. Chip Minton. Let's see. Then we got 2 generics. Daniels finish. We got one for Tokyo Magnum. And a Rosie finish. All of them at least likely to succeed. Okay. What do we got on the show tonight? Anybody not booked? Elix Skipper, Rodney Mack, and Ryder Sullivan. Elix Skipper, Rodney Mack, and Ryder Sullivan. At least give those guys a triple threat match in terms of pre-show time. Muted, I can show you in a minute. Let me show you after this match. Let's see, so Cassidy O'Reilly, creative idea. Will it work? Yes, so he has very warm momentum. Chip, by God, Minton, one half of our tag champions. Was a failure, so he now has red hot momentum. Fuck. I guess really that could only fail because he was so over. Magnum Tokyo, huh? I always just want to call him Tokyo Magnum because that's what they fucking called him. Character idea. Success. He's got very hot momentum. Then we got 2 generics. Which we'll just use on the first 2 guys here that we see. So like Trevor Murdoch. Cooled momentum. Let's just try to get him out of the red. More momentum for Trevor Murdoch. There you go. All right, Christopher Daniels, what match are you in tonight? Are you you're in a match with Cassidy O'Reilly? So Daniels is going to win that match, so we can use that creative finish. And then Rosie is going to beat Mike Sanders, apparently in a comedy match. Fair enough. But creative finish for Rosie. Okay, aside from that, we're good. We don't need to do anything else. Really quickly, Kevin Von Erich. He is listed as a personality. So I mean he should be showing up on TV on occasion, but apparently not. Let's set him up as a road agent as well. Don't know why I wasn't doing that. Alright. Lash LaRue beats Trevor Murdoch. Okay. Christopher Daniels beats Cassidy O'Reilly. The finish was a failure, though. Rodney Mack beats Elix Skipper and Ryder Sullivan. Rosie beats Mike Sanders in an 18-rated match. Samoa Joe in this timeline yet? No. I think he does show up in 99, though. Tokyo Magnum and Chip Minton beat Tony Mamaluke and Brent Albright. Test promo gets a 42. Minton and Tokyo got a 44. As Test beats Jamie Nobleboy in our main event. 37 rated show, not bad. I forgot to check morale. Still lost about $1,000 on that show. That's to be expected. We're still taking a hit on ticket prices for now to try and get the popularity trade-off. We will see if that works. To answer Muted's question, only locker room leader right now is Eddie Sharkey. Yeah, that's it. Eddie Sharkey is the only one who is a road agent and a trainer. Chief Enforcers, we do not have one. Head of Talent Relations, we do not have one. Morale Officer, could be Daniels or Jamie Noble. I feel like Morale Officer just gets people pissed at one another. I don't really like using it. Let's have it be Jamie Noble. Why not? Let's just see what happens. Senior Road Agent is Eddie Sharkey. Go in a circle. It's must see. Oh, muted. That's where I'm at. Is at the inner circle screen. I'm just double checking to see if there's anything worth changing. Our senior referee is Randy Eller. Trainers, Eddie Sharkey. Travel organizer, Eddie Sharkey. And I'm not really worried about having a stooge, you know? But, yeah, so, I mean, we definitely have very few people that can actually kind of fill some of these roles. Oh, that's right. Sin and Bobcat are pissed at me. Because I fired their boyfriends. That's literally what happened. That is literally what has happened. Holy shit. Oh, yeah, Eddie Sharkey. He's an old man at this point. Fucking train the goddamn Road Warriors, for God's sakes. Blue Panther staying with CMLL. Jesus Castillo Jr. stays with WWF. I have Dave. Yeah, Dave Hebner's, if you're especially using like the 92 mod, apparently Dave Hebner's a fucking cheat code. So, paying Alice no travel so you can even... Couldn't find anybody else with good training, like the natural one. Still, though, I mean, not bad, especially depending on what year you're in to have Al Snow available. Let's see. Animal and Steve Bradley got into an argument. The Rock is the new WWF champion after beating Kane at Rock Bottom in your house. Tony St. Clair got divorced. They did hold it in GM Place in Vancouver, like they did IRL. King Kong Bundy bruised a tailbone. How? He has so much padding. Let's see. Blackjack Wyndham. Barry Windham, the new hardcore champion. The politics of Lufisto. Rock Bottom got an 80. You also had Taker and Austin beating LOD. Shane McMahon keeping the IC title by beating Billy Gunn. What a weird time. Guerra de Titanes, Perro Aguayo, still the champion of champions in AAA. AAA. Can you just sign head and not Al Snow? The perfect head trainer. WWF teaming up Terry and Ivory. New heroines. Booker T is the new U.S. champion. WCW having beaten Juventud. Some jabroni named Juventud. It's the juice, baby. It's the juice. Some fucking jabroni named Juventud. Let's see. Kevin Sullivan and Dusty get along. Rey Mysterio's back to 100%. Fair enough. Goodness. Let's see, anything else? Frustrated Kevin Northcutt. Cibernetico turned. I mean, yeah, pretty much nothing crazy going on right now. We just keep progressing. We just keep progressing. All right. What else? Evan Courageous, Johnny Grunge. Hector Guerrero is the ECCW. Pacific Northwest Junior Heavyweight. That's a fucking mouthful. Oh my god. Terracino. Alright, tonight's venue. We're back at the Bone. Locker room incidents. Daniels and Rosie get along. Rosie and Kevin Von Erich get along. Hell yeah. Alright, what do we got? What do we have? It's going to be 7 segments. Elix Skipper and Rosie. Rosie does get paid $100 a show. Well, they're the only two. So that'll be Elix Skipper and Rosie getting some pre-show time. Could have had Fatu train the kids, but he just wasn't doing it. All right, this show is booked and ready to go. Quick and easy. Lash LaRue beats Christopher Daniels. Mama Luke. Apparently Kevin Von Erich's not a very good agent, but we'll deal with it. And Rosie beats Elix Skipper. They have great chemistry together. Chip Minton and Rocky Romero against the Country Dogs against Tokyo Magnum and Ryder Sullivan. It is a win for Chip Minton and Rocky Romero. Rodney Mack broke some ribs and Chip Minton cracked a tailbone. Also, Chip Minton and Rocky Romero. Oh my god, look at this. We have tag teams. We knew about Rodney Mack and Trevor Murdoch. Chip Minton and Rocky will become a new tag team. And Tokyo Magnum will be teaming with Ryder Sullivan. Look at that. We got a tag division, baby. And some injuries. Jamie Nobleboy defeats Cassidy O'Reilly to retain the World Heavyweight title. They have good chemistry together. Tokyo Magnum, Ryder Sullivan promo. Got a 35 as Test beats Brent Albright to defend the Western States title. Those two do not have great chemistry together, and a Test promo gets a 36. 35 rated show. Bobcat, great job. Sin, great job. I'm sorry I fired your boyfriends. Injury review. So Chip Minton's going to be out for a month. Rodney Mack's going to be out for 3 weeks. Fuck. Well, we get to save some money at least. Lost $1,100 on the show. Goodness, at least we can go into red. Chip and Rocky. Rocky Road. You're getting ahead of me. Muted with the name suggestions. You're getting ahead of me. All right, so Chip Minton's going to be out for a month. Rodney Mack for 3 weeks. So Chip Minton, time off, 1 month. And Rodney Mack will get 3 weeks off. That way the auto booker doesn't put them in matches. That is the game plan there. So, in terms of teams, we already have 3-minute warning. We got the Country Dogs, and we have Triple X. But now we need a new team name for Chip Minton and Rocky Romero. Rocky, who doesn't even have a picture in this database. I got to change that. Let me see what I can find. What do you guys think? It's Rocky Road? Yeah? We can just do Rocky Road. And then the other tag team was going to be Tokyo Magnum and Ryder Sullivan. When you see that tag team, what is their name? What is that tag team's name? That is the question. Let's see. Pictures. See if I can find a Rocky Romero in the 2004 mod. Tokyo Transit, Tokyo Riders. Hey, there's a Rocky Romero. Let's go. So we'll go back. 1998 mod. People. Bang. Get Rocky Romero in there. Tokyo Transit, Tokyo Riders. Well, you guys are still thinking of that. Let me go to Rocky Romero. Hey, there he is. He's got a picture now. Beautiful. Quick and easy. Quick and easy. The fluffy kaijus. You know what? It'll be the Tokyo Transit Riders. There we go. TTR, baby. TTR. And also because I will always call him Tokyo Magnum instead of Magnum Tokyo. There we go. Just make that switch. Cool, cool. Oh, it's nice that, you know, we've found quite a few dudes that have tag chemistry together. And it's just by random booking as well. It's quite lucky. Riders on the Tokyo Express. Ronta. Wrestling with Shadows has released. Highlighting the deteriorating, I think they misspelled that, relationship with Bret Hart and Vince McMahon. Hell yeah. WCW looking to keep Cyclope around. Anything else? King Kong Bundy back to 100%. Okay. Shout out to Wrestling with Shadows being released. The last news thing we saw was Jesse Ventura got elected. Alright, what else? Cyclope staying with WCW. Wild Side have suspended Marty Jannetty after he attacked Bad Crew number 2. Marty Jannetty, still on the drugs. Still on the drugs. Outstanding.
Oh, we're doing this again. Bang, confetti saved up.
God, Raiders, 10 months. Welcome back. How you feeling about your team's new head coach, by the way? I think you should feel pretty good about it. Chris Benoit, the real MVP. Some would say. The Godfather, a.k.a. Kama Mustafa, after leaving WWF, is heading to ECW. Let's see, New Japan have lost a TV deal. Raw will now be shown in a later time slot in Japan. Okay. Obviously, again, we'll take a look at what's happening in the big companies at the end of the year. We'll get the end of year awards coming up. We'll see. We'll see. All right. Kurt Hennig getting into arguments with people. Ace Darling dating Little Genie. Does MVP stand for murderously violent person? It stands for my brain don't work. But yes, that works too. Montavious Porter. That is indeed what it stands for. Bull Payne walks out on NWA Florida, which has since been criticized. Margie Jannetty's still getting into arguments. Odds that Marty Jannetty dies by 2002 in this game's simulation. As a Raider fan, I'm not going to get too excited. We'll see what that's fair. I mean, that team hasn't given you much to be excited about over the past 20 years. Will be our highest rated in the 500. Oh, God. And will they beat Joe Rules? Probably not, man. Joe Rules is undefeated. We should have kept him. We'll bring him back whenever he stops being mad at me. Shane Douglas is the ECW FTW Heavyweight Champion. Fair enough. All right, we'll have back-to-back nights. Christmas night at the Bone. Christmas night at the Bone. Sullivan and Murdoch get along. Jamie Noble and Rosie. Training. Cool. All right. Another night at the Bone. We've graduated up from the church. Daniels and Mike Sanders were the only two to not get booked. So, quick and easy. Throw them into a pre-show match. Give them time to go to work. Beautiful. Good to go. Good to go. So we start off with Cassidy O'Reilly beating Elix Skipper. Rocky Romero beats Trevor Murdoch. Mike Sanders beats Christopher Daniels. They're not a very good pair. The Tokyo Transit Riders beat Tony Mamaluke and Brent Albright. Brent Albright strained his wrist. So many injuries lately. Jamie Nobleboy defends the World Heavyweight title, beating Lash LaRue. Ryder Sullivan and Tokyo Magnum promo got a 43. Test promo got a 47. And then Test beats Rosie. We got a 40 on that show. Not bad. Again, Bobcat and Sin, I'm so sorry for firing your boyfriends. Please forgive me. And Brent Albright will only be out for 3 days. We still lost $1,000 on that show. How? Especially with how many dudes are out injured. How the hell did we lose that many people? Or how the hell did we lose that much money with that many people off the show? Again, Brent Albright's going to be out for 3 days. How much time off can I give him? I'll give you a week off. All Japan have hired people for their upcoming tour. And now we have our once-a-month Saturday show. Shout out the Nookie Machine. What's going on? What's happening? Right, we definitely got a shorter roster for this event. And again, we head back to the Bone for our big monthly show. Daniels gave us a character idea. Lash LaRue and Test got into it. Aside from that, we're doing okay. What did Daniels do? Yeah, we got fucking 5 guys that are off the show. Bit of a gamble for Daniels. Let's reject it. All right, 8 segments on the show. Only Tokyo Magnum is off the show. Weird. We'll just give Tokyo Magnum a chance to cut a promo. Put it on the pre-show, get people warmed up. Okay. What's the issue? We need 4 more minutes. Never mind, Tokyo. You're probably the main event now. Congratulations. Here we go. Monthly show. We start off. Ryder Sullivan promo. Got a 28. Mike Sanders and Cassidy O'Reilly beat Daniels and Skipper. I got a 35. Ryder Sullivan beats Tony Mamaluke. Ryder Sullivan is now suffering from chronic upper back pain. Fuck. I got a 17. Rocky Romero beats Rosie. Jamie Nobleboy defends the world title for the 4th time as he beats Lash LaRue. Jamie Noble promo got a 30. Test beats Trevor Murdoch. I got a 35. I'll text what's up, dude. Test promo 43, and then Tokyo Magnum gets a 58. And another 40 rated show. 143 people. Bobcat, please forgive me for firing your man. Same for Sin. Injury review. 84 days for Ryder Sullivan until he's back to 100%. Fuck. He lost $900 on that show. His matches are just going to suffer. I'm probably going to give him the 3 months off, and we just won't book him. We don't need him getting further hurt in our ring. We just don't need it. Kevin Nash has had surgery after suffering a shattered knee. So that'll cut down on his recovery time. And yeah, for Ryder Sullivan, we're going to give you 3 months off, buddy. We'll see you in March. We'll see you in March. God, Test is a double champion right now. Let's fucking go. Let's see, Vito's heading to All Japan. Mike Awesome's heading to All Japan. We're closing in on the future. 1999. The future, the future. Let's see. Chris Jericho and Silver King. Get into an argument. Brent Albright's 100%. Chris Jericho is the new Cruiserweight champion, having beaten Eddie Guerrero. 1999, I was in 6th grade. 1999, I was 5. A 5-year-old boy with so much hope. So much hope in the world. Shawn Michaels invents a new move. He calls it the cocaine clothesline. AAA. Hope, dreams, bad eyesight. Dude, I was wearing glasses by the time I was in like 2nd grade, so yeah. Gotta love that bad eyesight. Gotta love that bad eyesight. See, Tito Santana. Why the fuck is WWF keeping Tito Santana? Kendo Kashin staying in New Japan probably. Kenny Chaos likely staying in WCW. Okay. That was 3rd year of college/uni. Fair enough. It's always funny when like people ask, like, hey, how old are people that like watch your streams or your YouTube videos? And like literally the answer goes from teenagers to people 50 plus. It is a range. And I think it's really cool because whenever we get into certain conversations, whether or not it's, you know, like video game history, politics, whatever the hell, you do get the diverse opinions from different experience levels and everything. Main issue has always been the front office. It isn't like we haven't had talent. Yeah, Raiders, that's totally fair. We were actually talking about that with the Raiders. Is just because we had looked back at their seasons and it's just like, it literally just comes down to the front office just being like, wow, you guys suck so much. Pretty much what it comes down to is ownership. All right. Are we ready for 1999? Someone tell Fry not to fall into the the time machine. Hey, Stampede Wrestling is open again. Let's go. All right, here we go. All text, fantastic. Your 1998 Male Wrestler of the Year, Mitsuharu Misawa. Your Female Wrestler of the Year, Medusa. Your Company of the Year, All Japan. Not WWE or WWF in this instance or WCW. It's All Japan. Male Tag Team of the Year, Toshiaki Kawada and Akira Taue. Female Tag Team of the Year is Etsuko Mita and Mima Shimoda. Match of the Year, Misawa and Kobashi. No shit. Show of the Year, WrestleMania 14. Male Young Wrestler of the Year, Rey Mysterio Jr. Female Young Wrestler of the Year is Chikayo Nagashima. Male Veteran Wrestler of the Year, the Macho Man. Yeah. You started streaming before I was born. That hasn't happened yet, thank God. Female Veteran of the Year, Lola Gonzalez. Good old Reg Mysterio. Most Improved Company, WCW. Male Independent Wrestler of the Year, Chris Jericho. I wouldn't quite call him independent, but okay. Female Independent Wrestler of the Year, Akira Hokuto. Male Manager of the Year, Rick Rude. Female Manager of the Year, Sable. Male Play-by-Play Commentator of the Year, by God, it's Jim Ross. The Male Color Commentator of the Year, Bobby the Brain Heenan. Your Female Color Commentator of the Year, Megumi Kudo. Male Referee of the Year, Mike Chioda. Female Referee of the Year is Tommy Ran. WCW has also donated $250,000 to charity and ended their run on Sky Mexico pay-per-view. Their deal with Fox Sports Australia has ended. So, yeah, a lot of TV rights changes for big companies. ECW has fired Shane Douglas after he held them up for more money. He just won a title, holds them up for money, and they fired his ass. Holy shit. Oh my God. Bruce Hart has restarted Stampede Wrestling. Oh my God, yes. Yes. Yuji Nagata's heading back to New Japan. And our own company end-of-year awards are out. So to take a look at that, our Male Wrestler of the Year was Jamie Nobleboy. Male Tag Team of the Year was Air Paris and Blitzkrieg, who have both been off the roster for a while. Male Young Wrestler of the Year was Test. Match of the Year was Rikishi beating Action Jackson. I don't remember that one. Card of the Year, one of our shows, who knows. That got a 44. Female Manager of the Year was Bobcat. Play-by-play commentator Michael St. John and Anthony Kingdom James for color. Referee was Randy Eller for our individual awards. We got 46 grand left. We're still number 39 in the world. As we'll take a look at that in a minute. I wanted Company Wars. So it is WCW, WWF, New Japan, All Japan, and ECW. We are at number 40. We actually fell back a spot. But we're hanging in there. Out of 50 companies, we were like 52 or 53. We're hanging in there. Power 500, Mitsuharu Misawa is the number one in the world right now. But then you got Stone Cold Steve Austin. What? Kenta Kobashi, Chris Jericho, Shawn Michaels. The Macho Man, yeah. Dean Malenko, Stang, Ric Flair, and Jun Akiyama. I was asked how far until there's someone who works for us. And the answer, number 133, Tokyo Magnum. Mainly because he wrestles in WCW as well. But ignore that. It's fine. So, all right, 1999 is here. We lost less than 7 grand last month. That's not that bad. But I still think we'll probably have to either cut the roster more or, I mean, we can afford to go into the red. I don't know, but in terms of who we'd cut, it would probably be 3 Minute Warning and Tokyo Magnum. And is that what we want to do? What do we have, like about 10 faces and 10 heels? Like, it's not bad. But are we just booking too much talent? We could probably shorten the rosters even more if we're being honest. But I don't think we have to do that yet. We can keep taking a bit of a hit. Well, I don't know. Maybe we should. Maybe we should start conserving even more money. First thing I want to do, though, is take a look to see if anybody we have shortlisted has forgiven me. Tim Storm is willing to negotiate. He's just... I don't think there's anyone I want to cut to bring in Tim Storm, though. Mike Knox, but again, he had a personality issue, so... I don't think anyone's forgiven me. And B-Boy, which I don't think we're going to bring him in either. All right, what do we got for rookies then? No negative influence to hire. Wrestler, and again, we really don't have room for a female title or women's title or anything like that. It's just not going to happen. So Mid-South. Years of Pro, 0. Who do we have for rookies? JP Black. Midwest, Cody Hawk. American Eagle. Northwest, nobody. Southeast. Lita won't come back. Stacy Carter. Don't know if we'll bring her back. Ruckus. Really? Ruckus is 27 at that point? That's crazy. Johnny the Bull. Old Johnny the Bull Stromboli has shown up. And we could bring in old Johnny the Bull. And from the Southwest, Charmel. Don't see how we'd possibly bring her in. Maybe as a manager, but that's it. Bison Smith, B-Boy. So yeah, I mean, if we were to bring in anybody, it would be Johnny the Bull. He's basically the only guy I could really try to bring in from a good standpoint here. So in theory, let's talk to him about $20 a show. Who would we want to get rid of to try to save money? You know? Like any outside the ring role, it's Sin as a manager. I mean, she's making $30, but her and Bobcat do so much for us. They're both still mad at me too. We got 2 referees, 2 road agents, and then Kevin Von Erich. So I mean, we could shorten it down to 1 road agent. Give her to Greg Gagne, who's making $170 a show, and just run with Eddie Sharkey as the trainer, the road agent, all of that. So yeah, I think we'll drop Greg Gagne. We'll save money that way. I still think we're probably going to need 2 referees. But 2 road agents, 2 referees, a face manager, a heel manager. It's not bad. And then in the ring, just sign newly rookied Bobby Duncombe and JBL to do a Cowboys versus Indians storylines with Chief J. Strong. I had a feeling you were using that 1992 mod when you mentioned Dave Hebner. Oh my god, I'm going to go with Viz on this one, but I'm happy that you were able to catch us live, even though it's past 4 in the morning here. What's going on? Oh my god. Okay, baby faces. Again, like Tokyo Magnum makes $100 a show. I feel like he's the guy that's got to go. And Cassidy O'Reilly could definitely go. Honestly, maybe even Ryder Sullivan. Maybe. But yeah, Tokyo Magnum's making $100 a show. We got to cut down on that cost. And honestly, he was going to be teaming with Ryder Sullivan, who's been here for a long time. But we're not going to cut Test, Rocky, or any of those guys over him. So yeah, I think now might be the time for Ryder Sullivan to go. Cassidy O'Reilly can go as well. So we are down to 6 baby faces, which somehow includes Mike Sanders. And for the heels, let's be honest, it's going to have to be Rosie and Jamal making $100 a show. It just has to be. Especially, too, because Jamal's out right now. We need to conserve. All right, that's 7 aside. Johnny the Bull, can you be a babyface? He can be. Okay, I mean, it's either we cut 2 heels to get it down to 6 aside, or we go 7 aside. I think we'll go 7 aside for the moment, having cut some of the bigger contracts. So we're definitely going to be looking to bring in Johnny the Bull. Our champions right now, Test and Chip Minton. Test is the mid-card champion. Jamie Noble is our top champion. And we actually did look at the WWF not all that long ago. Yeah, I'm muted, I know. I really do need to start doing like 1 month contracts per. The problem is, I wasn't necessarily planning on getting rid of people. But I think after like a year. Plus, I really don't want to have to renegotiate with these fuckers all the time. That's the negative side, right? Yeah, like it's just our rosters had to continually change so much. Do I care about what WCW and WWF look like? Right now, not really. We've been following along with title changes and everything too, so fuck it, it's fine. The one thing I was going to do is shorten the length of our shows. That might be what we have to do. We're heading to the bone. Test gave us an angle idea. Okay, we're looking okay. So if this is supposed to be an hour show, do we struggle to hit the hour? Not really. Some of the matches are maybe a bit long. Trevor Murdoch didn't get anything for this show. Right. So Murdoch promo. Okay, so he's here. We need different match types. So Rocky Romero, Jamie Noble just go out on a steal the show for the world title. Then we need Test and Tony Mamaluke. There's a wild brawl. Honestly, this match can be the wild brawl, and Test and Tony Mamaluke can be storytelling. Yeah, definitely a shortened roster. But we look okay. We look alright. Let's see. Actually, that Murdoch promo can just be on the show proper. Yeah, I definitely think we could shorten the length of our shows. So, Lash LaRue and Mike Sanders beat Daniels and Skipper. LaRue and Sanders have good chemistry teaming together. So, we do have a new team, which is good, given that we just had to cut the amount of people that we did. That's nice. Tony Mamaluke falls to Test. They have good chemistry in the ring together. Test retains the Western States title. Jamie Noble got a 25 on his promo. Test got a 46 on his. And Jamie Noble beats Rocky Romero in a 52 rated match. Murdoch promo got a 20. Popularity is up to the fucking moon. Yeah, Bobcat and Sin, we'll just continue to praise them. Sanders and Lash education. Yeah, there we go. See, we lost under 700 for that one. That's not bad. That'll keep us alive longer. 10 pop. Though you could argue only really saving like $300-400 a show. Is it worth it given some of the talent we had to cut? I'm not sure, but we'll make it work. We'll make it work. Brent Albright's back from injury. All right, so we have a brand new team. Country Dogs, Rocky Road, which is funny because Chip is tag champs with Tess. So our other brand new team, Lash LaRue and Mike Sanders. What do we name that team? That is somehow a babyface team. Lash was the old Raging Cajun, indeed. Mike Sanders, above average. Mike Sanders. Oh my goodness. The above average crawdads. What do you think, chat? What do we got? Are you going to let Muted just run away with it? The Raging Cajun and above average high education. You're just determined. Oh, God. To get that to work, huh? Let's do the board of education. There you go. I'll meet you in the middle with the board of education. There they are. The two WCW legends. We got the board of education. the Country Dogs, Rocky Road, and Triple X. Hey, at least I'm trying, and I thank you for it. Let's see, Kenny Chaos stays in WCW. Tito Santana stays in WWF. Why? What does he offer? All right, so we need to go to events. Our Friday night show, we need to drop, okay, an hour is as short as it can be. Our Saturday night shows, we will also, we'll drop to like an hour as well. It's supposedly a bigger event, but not really. So the TV show, the intent is maybe lesser. Ticket pricing, very cheap. Live music, obviously we can't afford any of that. Yeah, maybe we just say that is a lesser show. We'll see if the crowd is offended by that. So I'll run one more show just to test that out. And then I might have to call it quits as we get closer to 4:30 in the morning here. I said I got some fucking snow shoveling to do. Fuck. Brian Knobbs is going to Japan. Big in Japan, Brian Knobbs. I mean, in fairness, really, he's big in any room that he's in. Brian Knobbs. Let's see, Southern Discomfort. Ooh, that's not bad. All right, Johnny the Bull. We are going to bring you in. And you were going to be a babyface. For Johnny the Bull Stamboli. So immediately we will add you to the Homecoming stable. Storylines, the company-wide feud, add worker, Johnny Stamboli with loyalty to Bobcat. And then we go over here, and bada bing, bada boom. Johnny Stamboli, brand new character, managed by Bobcat. WCW plotting the feud, Randy Savage and Sting. Jody Hamilton might be leaving. Ed Ferrara can go fuck himself. CM Punk is frustrated. 6 months since he's worked the rest. Man, nobody's hired CM Punk. He does have an MCW handshake deal. Like, obviously, we'd love to bring him in, but you'd have to cover your own travel. Yeah, I mean, we just can't do the deal. We cannot afford travel costs. Pain and destruction is our middle name. Fucking demolition theme, man. Is our middle name. Speaking of demolition, there's old Barry Darsa. Anything interesting? Jackie Chan's going to be showing up on WWF television. Well, it doesn't get much more interesting than that, does it? The WWF is bringing in Jackie Chan for an appearance. They've worked with Jay Leno, and now they bring in Jackie Chan. Outstanding. Edge won the Best Young Prospect in Wrestling Today online vote. Oh, good old Edgeski. Let's see. Taker and Kane. Oh, wow. Undertaker and Kane are going to feud. I can't believe it. Dutch Mantel took control of Stampede. Fair enough. Certainly wasn't going to be me working with Bruce Hart, okay? I'm good. I am good. All right, let's see. Raven was sent home from Thunder. Showed up in no condition to work. Demolition going to the Hall of Fame this year. Yeah. I mean, obviously, like, you know, Vince wasn't a big fan of them because they were a part of that lawsuit. But, oh, ECW hired a Nazi. There you go. The exit-only Nazi. But, yeah, no, I mean, Demolition, like, you can't really tell the story of tag wrestling in the WWF without mentioning their run. So, let's see, how many people are due at this show? Okay, so yeah, naming this a lesser show, only 62 people showed up this time instead of over 100. Okay, so maybe we don't want to do that. Or maybe we do, brother. I mean, yeah, we're going to get hit really hard. Honestly, maybe those big Saturday shows, we change it up and just run Saturdays no matter what to get more people in. I shouldn't have skipped all of those, but I just wanted to get through this week now after that mistake. So Jamie Noble's not available tonight. Rocky's not available tonight. Test isn't available tonight, apparently. Or are they? Or is that just... I don't know what that's showing. Not being used. Jamie, Rocky, and Test. Why aren't they being used? Honestly, we'll just do a triple threat. Jamie, Rocky, and Test. Probably because I set it up as a lesser show. Don't care who wins. Just go out, have the best damn match that you can. Let's see. Mike Sanders, Tony Mamaluke. Instead of a mayhem match, have that be storytelling. And then Murdoch and Brent Albright and Johnny the Bull. You can be the wild brawl of the night. Okay, should be good. Run it. So Albright, Johnny the Bull, that gets a 17. Murdoch and Skipper got a 19. Murdoch wins. Lash LaRue beats Christopher Daniels. Sanders promo got a 21. Tony Mamaluke beats Mike Sanders. And then Test beats Jamie Noble and Rocky Romero. Okay, yeah, so we definitely don't want to run that as a lesser show. Lost $800. There's not going to be much of a difference. So from the looks of it, we probably just want to run every Saturday night. Looks like Saturday is going to be bigger for attendance than Fridays, so. Rodney Mack has returned. All right, and let's get this set up now. Yeah, WCW weekly event, monthly event. Let's just run. Let's see, modify this event. Well, honestly. Goes dormant, revives. Schedule special. Is that what I did for this? I just did 2 to 4 weeks of tapings at once. That's true. Yeah, honestly. Well, I don't know if it's even technically considered a taping because we don't have a TV deal. Wonder if it's because if it's a monthly show over a weekly show that it's viewed as more prestigious, or if that's just because it's the difference between a Friday night and a Saturday night. I don't know if that's the difference. Is it Friday versus Saturday, or is it monthly show versus weekly show, and they view the monthly as more important? I feel like that's probably just the Saturday night difference. Well, regardless, we want this to be a normal You know what? We can test this out really quickly. What is the date today? The 9th. So yeah, we want to run tonight. WCW. Saturday night. Saturday night. Let's see. Let's run Saturday night and see if the attendance jumps or see if it's up because it's a monthly event as opposed to a weekly. Let's see. Let's see. It's worth a shot. Tonight's venue. Yeah, it's the difference between a weekly and a monthly because we're still expected at 108 fans. So just the monthly shows are going to draw better than the weekly. Okay, at least we know. At least we know. We'll cost ourselves a bit of extra money here, unfortunately, but... now we know. So yeah, monthly shows will draw better than the weekly. Let's see, everybody's on the show. Jamie Noble versus Test. Rocky Romero versus Rodney Mack. And then Trevor Murdoch, Brent Albright. Storytelling. Let's run it. Tony Mamaluke beats Johnny Stamboli. Trevor Murdoch beats Brent Albright. The Board of Education beats Triple X. Rodney Mack beats Rocky Romero. Jamie Noble promo. Test promo. And Jamie Noble beats Test. Okay. Well, now we know what to do with our shows, at least. Bobcat, you did great. Sin, you did great. Quit being mad at me, please. Lost $600 there. Not bad. Okay, so at least we continued to develop a game plan. We're going to try to minimize our financial losses as best we can. As Vader heads to New Japan. Hell yeah. So it's either we could run like once a month, which we don't want to do. We want as many shows as possible to be out there. At least as many shows as financially viable. So yeah, this will be the every week. We'll move this show to the 15th. And it'll still be WCCW Friday night. And then the monthly event, WCCW Live. Actually, in fairness, it should probably be the opposite. I hear the song and I hear Shane Douglas. Rightfully so. Alright, so Saturday night, normal show, last Saturday of every month. And then WCCW Live will be our Friday night show. Like our weekly show building up to the bigger events. So yeah, we got a monthly event, which is a bit more prestigious, and then the weekly event just to get the wrestlers getting reps and to try to get the popularity up. Because otherwise, if we're only running one event a month, it's going to take still so long to build up. And for company size, we are at a 10 popularity. We need a 17. So, I mean, we're certainly on track to get there by the turn of the millennium. Well, I mean, in fairness, technically it is 99, isn't it? But we're due to get there by 2000. So that'll be fun. Anyway, everybody, I need to go shovel a shitload of snow. I can't delay it anymore. So, we'll be back tomorrow with what? I do not know. As there will probably be a wheel of nonsense yet again. But I want to thank all of you for hanging out tonight. Whether it be the Twitch side or the YouTube side. Twitch-wise, I don't really know anyone who's online, and I don't really have time to say hi anyway. So we're just going to end it. And, of course, YouTube-wise, plenty of stuff up on the channel. So I will see all of you tomorrow. Take care of yourselves. Good day, good evening, good afternoon, and good night.